It will be a massacre. That was the predictions before the start of the 2024 World Chess Championship match. And after Gukesh's win in Game 11, it did look like we would get a new World Chess Champion. But with an incredible comeback in Game 12, Ding Liren is back in the fight and he has tied the match with only 2 games to go, you guys. Buckle up and get ready for Game 13. The board now says much better for Ding Liren.
Oh, Ding plays immediately. If he does anything else, it says that Ding has an 85% chance or more.
Oh
85.
my gosh.
That's massive.
He finds the move. Incredible.
Yes, he does
not
it.
play
He
the
plays the knight move. Look how nervous he was when he was playing that move.
We are going to see a tied match with 2 to go.
He is so nervous. He knows he is losing this game.
Every sign's on the board. Let's go.
Let's go, Jon Ludvig. Game 13. Our experts here in the studio, Grandmaster Jon Ludvig Hammer. Is that the feeling today before Game 13?
I think, well, I got caught up in the moment in
I love
a way. Because I said, let's go. It's like the match is tied. Anything could happen.
Yeah.
But frankly, there is an argument to be made that when the match is tied, the players can be more cautious. Whereas if there's one guy in the lead, they will go very hard for the win. That being said, I expect Gukesh to go for the win here and be quite aggressive about it, because this is his last game with the white pieces in the classical portion. And, you know, we're a bit unsure whether he will be at Ding's level when it comes to quicker time controls should the match go into tiebreaks.
Exactly. Gukesh's final game today with the white pieces. Argument is he's going to want to finish this before tiebreaks, where Ding will be a favorite. He has historically been better in faster time controls. So Maud, our other expert here in the studio, in charge of the take app. What do you expect from Gukesh today?
Oh, I expect him to go for the win, like Jon Ludvig says. I think that even when the match has been tied, Gukesh has shown a lot of ambition. He has avoided repeating moves. He's avoided early draws. So I think that he knows that it's important for him to try to win today. And like we've been mentioning, the tie breaks, a lot of experts have Ding as the favorite there. And I think Gukesh knows that as well in himself. So I think he'll try to win today.
Yeah. Jon Ludvig, let's talk about Ding Liren, the world champion. It will be a massacre. He will be massacred. That was the predictions before the match. He made his second comeback in Game 12 to tie the match with an incredible game.
Yeah, no, it was a very impressive game. Magnus, he described it as if Ding didn't have to calculate at any point, because he just trusted his intuition and he just kind of let the pieces slowly but surely inch forward through the center of the board. And so Ding getting that boost of confidence, Gukesh now in a more fragile state of mind, having the win, getting the lead with only 3 to go, thinking I might do this, and then getting one, getting that setback on the very next game. It's going to require extreme resilience from Gukesh. And sometimes when you lose a game in the World Championship, you feel like, okay, I just got to make sure that I settle into this and that I don't lose 2 in a row. I got to be extra cautious after having lost a game. Gukesh doesn't have time for that now. He needs to strike back immediately using these white pieces with which he has gotten an opening advantage in this match, more than he has not. So I'm very excited about today's game and looking forward to see Gukesh's ambition to strike back, because that kid was devastated after the game, the previous game, and understandably so.
Yeah. He needs to come back strong today. Gukesh, you mentioned the post-game show that we did with Magnus, something Magnus said about the game after Game 12. It wasn't only Magnus. The post-game show at Take was with both Levi Rosman, Magnus Carlsen, and Hikaru Nakamura. Let's hear a bit from
And I think after Bishop
that
E7,
recap.
I mean, with Ding trading on D4, or actually the trade on E3 occurring, and he's playing for D4, it becomes very, very simple. And I just really don't know what Gukesh was doing. I mean, it's just strange to me, and I wish there was a better explanation, but I was just confused, frankly.
I really think that Gukesh, sort of everywhere he wanted to carve his own path, play something that's reasonable, but not the most well known, and that is why he goes for knight c6 instead of c5, and so on. And maybe in a different match situation, he wouldn't have been so unhappy with this. But it seems just feels, I don't know about you, Ikari, but it just feels a bit easier for White to play. White can always sort of equalize with the move d4 later, and it's just very harmonious. And we've seen so far in the match that Dean can play. He can actually play when he's not being pressured. So yeah, baffling. First time, it's baffling.
Hikaru and Magnus, and saying Ding can play. He has definitely proven that. The 17th World Chess Champion, and he has now arrived at the board behind the black pieces. Today, Gukesh, in normal style, leaning back, closing his eyes, getting ready for his final game in the match with the white pieces. The jacket is coming off. Ding Liren is getting ready. And Jon Ludvig, what should we expect out of the opening today?
I would expect now the Reti has given each player a win with the white pieces so far. I would maybe continue in that same direction. Here's the president of the World Chess Federation making the honorary first move. And
He predicts that
Dvorkovich,
move.
he does play the Reti opening, so he's trying to nudge the players.
Yeah,
this
he wants
has
an
been very
entertaining fight.
successful now, guys. Maybe just continue doing that. What I'm also surprised by is the players were ready at the board very early.
Yeah.
They're starting.
Wow.
But it's not the top of the hour.
They're
Oh,
3 minutes ahead of time.
Wow, they're very eager to get going. And Gukesh goes for his king's pawn.
What?
Dramatic development here. For the third time in the match, Gukesh uses his king's pawn to start the game. The
Okay.
two previous games, Ding has responded with a risky French opening, and now Ding is thinking on move 1. And he continues playing the risky French.
Okay.
Ding is sticking to his guns, and now we're going to get a big challenge. Gukesh has to have something up his sleeve here. He uses 2 pawns in the center of the board. Ding strikes back in the center with the French opening. Gukesh continues like in game 1. This is the same opening as in game 1. That was a situation where I said this was a risky choice by Ding, and I like this opening for white. But Ding did up winning that game, which may have turned kind of Gukesh against it. The knight moves into the center of the board, attacks the pawn in the middle. The pawn advances and then attacks the knight again instead. The knight backs up, and now Gukesh, like he did in that game 1, he played a variation I described as, I thought, very uncomfortable for black. But it kind of worked out in that game 1. I believe that Gukesh got an advantage, but he didn't manage to follow it up. He moves his knight back, moves the knight for a second time. The point is that when Ding challenges the white pawn in the center of the board, Gukesh now is able to use one of his pawns to defend and creates a chain of pawns protecting each other up the board. So now both players have moved their knights twice in the opening, but the white pawns are further advanced on the board. The knight moves into the center from Ding, and now pawn forward on the side. the knight retreating this early is already an uncommon way of playing, which obviously is going to be way more popular as a result of this World Championship match. But now Gukesh is playing a very rare move on the edge of the board.
Oh, look at
Clearly,
that.
this is part of his preparation. This is his idea for this incredibly important game. And I'm now frantically trying to look it up in the database.
I'm frantically typing, so I need you to be checking this.
Yeah. I'm searching.
And while you guys do that, I will say this. We have a comment in the YouTube chat. Thank you, everyone, for hanging out with us. And Xingzhu is saying it's baguette time. We have the French, you guys. We have action in Game 13. And you need to be sure to have the Take app today. And let everyone you know, to download the Take app. You're gonna need to get the notifications from Maud here today to follow the game, to follow the action as it evolves. The bar says balanced, but we are liking the drama that we're already seeing on the board.
Yeah, and I've now discovered that this pawn to a3 on the side of the board, the idea, I assume, is trying to advance another pawn up the board afterwards. This kind of invites Ding to push his pawn 2 steps forward on the side of the board, which was a strategy Ding used in Game 1 and was successful for him. But this pawn move on the side has been played 13 times before. And there's a lot of decisive games with a winner. 38% white wins. And then 31% draws, 31% black wins. So a very combative and unbalanced position here.
Oh, wow. And after Gukesh's 7th move, moving out his A-pawn, Ding has started thinking. 2.5 minutes now, the first one to think today.
And it was interesting that they started before the time, so that's another reason to have the app. So you get notified, oh, they're playing now. And then you're going to be like, what? They shouldn't have started playing.
So eager to get going today.
That was weird.
That was
Okay, I may have changed my mind. I'm not sure whether Gukesh is preparing to move his pawn forward after all. I think it's an interesting plan and something Ding should consider. But if this pawn advance happens, Ding would be able to trade some pawns in the middle and then maneuver his knight up to a square where it cannot be attacked by a white pawn. And in fact, it was this placement for the knight that played a big role in Ding winning that Game 1 using this very same opening. Also in that Game 1, Ding spent an amazing amount of time at the beginning in the opening. Since then, we have discovered that is his habit in every game, but he is repeating it now. And I expect Ding to use quite a bit of time to figure out these variations and what he wants to do. Yeah, I was in the middle of reasoning. I think now this pawn forward on the side of the board, one of the points could be that if pawns were traded in the middle of the board, now there's no bishop that can come forward and give a check on white's king because that bishop could be captured by the pawn. So, and this is true for most moves, it could be advancing the pawn, it could be preventing the bishop check, and it could be both. The best moves in chess are moves that have 2 ideas. And preferably 3 ideas, more than 1 idea. Trying to achieve plenty of things with just 1 move.
Okay. This is heating up to be a cool game, you guys. Game 13 out of 14 games in the World Chess Championship match that is taking place in Singapore. The world champion's name is Ding Liren. Gukesh is the challenger fighting to become the youngest world champion in history. They are tied at this point with 6 points each. It is first player to reach 7.5 points. We definitely will see 14 games. And if they are still tied, after those 14 games, game 14 is tomorrow, then it will be decided in tie breaks on Friday with rapid and potentially blitz chess. The drama is happening right now in the World Chess Championship match. In terms of time control, they now have 2 hours each on the clock to reach move 41. No increment during this time. When they reach move 41, they get an additional 30 minutes on the clock and 30 seconds after every move for the rest of the game. Ding is, as usual, I would say, the first one to take a break thinking. Been thinking now for 6 minutes on move 7. All right. And the holidays is getting closer, you guys. And we're celebrating here in the studio. We have some gingerbread. We have, what do you call these? Not oranges in English.
Clementine, mandarin.
Clementine? Mandarin? No, Mandarin is a Chinese language. Hey.
Mandarin? Is
Help
that
us,
not
chat.
a thing?
Tangerine, I've seen
Tangerine.
someone say in
Oh.
some British shows.
Okay, maybe.
But
Maybe.
I actually don't know.
No,
I
me
think I'm pretty sure you can say clementines.
Clementines. Okay, well, help us, chat. Maybe you guys know. And there's another thing as well. So there is an elf on the shelf. We've had that in the studio since the 1st of December. It's hiding today. Somewhere in the studio, the elf on the shelf is hiding. If you can spot it, then let us know in the YouTube chat describe where you see it, and we will pick a winner to get a cool sticker pack. Take. I have a bunch of them here. We have a bunch more. Very cool, shiny, cool chess stickers. We're going to make a big pack of them and send to someone who can tell us where the elf on the shelf is hiding in the Take studio. All right. What's happening, Maud? You seem...
Now, I see people in the chat that are supporting my Mandarin thing. I know that
Uh-huh.
it's a language, but I also think that is actually a word. But I was going to say, I think that this is like a Norwegian thing. That we connect this to Christmas.
Uh-huh.
Because I've spent some Christmases in the US and that was not a thing. I think it's because they are in season and then people would bring them back here to Norway, like from abroad, or
Oh.
I don't know why they are. To me, this is not very Christmassy, but I know that that's a big thing here. So I will respect it.
Maybe. But gingerbread, that's definitely a Christmas thing.
Absolutely.
For everyone. And elf on the shelf, Santa's, is also a thing. All right. Will we be gifted some great chess here today on Ludvig? Does it seem like both players now are ambitious in this game?
Yeah, I would say so. Ding sticking to his guns with the French defense. He must have expected that Gukesh had some new idea, and yet he braves into the unknown. And Ding, of course, Gukesh, of course, he has this plan with the pawn stepping forward on the side of the board. Last time, when Gukesh played an unusual move in the French opening, he had everything prepared for another, I want to say, 5 moves after that as well. So you know he's not only studied this move, he's studied a lot of the different ways the game can continue from here, which frankly is very important because Ding has several different options on how he can place his pieces, and especially what plan he wants to prioritize when. The big question right now for me is, should Ding play his pawn 2 steps forward on the side of the board? One of the ideas Gukesh has with his previous move is to advance his pawn up and challenge the black pawn. And by challenging the black pawn, you also kind of challenge the pawn's ability to attack towards the center, because you're telling that pawn that I need you to decide. Do you want to move forward? Do you want to trade? Let me know. And also this pawn could advance even further forward to knock the black knight away from attacking these 2 white pawns in the middle of the board. So Gukesh has to decide Ding has to decide how concerned am I about this, and do I want to prevent it by moving my pawn forward, which then allows that pawn to capture whites should it move up. The pawn 2 steps forward on the side of the board is the most common move. in this position, but it's also the only move that doesn't include any wins for black.
Oh.
It doesn't mean it's a bad move, but
Ding probably doesn't want to win with black anyways. Or he wants to, but I mean, he's not going for that.
well, but he already played the French. He already played a very combative opening that creates a very imbalanced game. And while, at this point, he just has to play good moves. It's not really about whether you take risks or whether you're going for the win or not. Sometimes in these tricky openings, you're going for the win basically by default, because in order to avoid losing, you have to just play good moves. And if you play a lot of good moves, you often end up getting a good position. But yeah, I think the pawn advance on the side of the board is definitely the number one instinct, especially since advancing this pawn up the side gave Ding such a success in the previous game, in this French variation, the game one, the one that Ding won. But on the other hand, in that game, Ding continued all the way over with this side pawn. But now getting all the way over is no longer possible with the white pawn blocking the pawn's final advance. So he already knows, Ding already knows that he cannot get the pawn as far forward as he did originally. And then maybe he's considering, is it even worth moving it at this point? I don't know. I'm slightly biased because I've spent quite a bit of time studying this opening, this variation within the French defense. Because I was trying to help out a friend of mine who insisted on playing this opening despite me saying that I think it's kind of rubbish. And I think this idea with the knight moving back that Gukesh has now utilized twice, I think it's a really good idea. I think the positions that arise from it are unpleasant for black, and there's so many different ways for white to plan out their next couple of moves that even Ding, who at this point knew this move was coming, with Gukesh having already played the knight back an unusual variation previously in the championship, surely Ding's team of opening helpers have spent a lot of time investigating the resulting positions, but they weren't able to predict this pawn move on the side of the board. And based on the fact that Ding is already thinking for 15 minutes,
Yeah.
I'm starting to wonder whether this pawn move has actually prevented Ding's plan A.
Oh.
Sorry about that.
Because what kind of plan could Ding have had if the knight had moved forward instead? Did Ding then have a plan that was foiled by the pawn advance? Maybe. And maybe that's why he's spending so much time thinking.
I've asked our users in the app a few minutes ago if they thought that Ding would spend more than 20 minutes on this move. Do you think that's likely now?
Knowing Ding as we do, and knowing that he spent 40 minutes in his previous black game in a position he had already played previously, I would say if there's any sort of question about Ding spending a lot of time in the opening, my answer is going to default to yes most of the time.
All right, I'll vote yes for you here then.
I do disagree a little bit with what Kaja said about, as usual, Ding spends a lot of time in the opening. I still maintain, but I said this previously as well, but I still believe this, that it hasn't really been the tendency that it's Ding who spends time. it's the player with the black pieces who often spends time. Now, in the previous game, that wasn't true. Because there Ding had the white pieces and Ding still spent a lot of time. So maybe I'm just full of it. But my impression has been throughout this match that it's been more about that the white player is really good at putting pressure on black than one player being much slower than the other. And we have seen after 2 hours of play, they're always similar on time. Because even if one of them spends 65 minutes on the first 10 moves, Gukesh then strikes with a 60-minute and 17 seconds think on move 11. To give a concrete example from the 11th game.
87% agree with you, Jon Ludvig, that he will spend more than 20 minutes on this move. That's a lot of people. We've gotten used to this.
Yeah. We have finally been able to hang up the Beyond the Board lamp here in our studio. Isn't that cool? Beyond the Board is a slogan for Take, Take, Take. We're not only eager to follow everything that happens on the board, but all the drama off the board, beyond the board as well, with these fantastic players, their brilliant minds, the struggles they go through with this mentally struggling, hard, difficult game, the rivalries, the friendships, and we have a move.
Bishop to E7.
We were wrong.
And slightly better now for Gukesh.
Bishop one step forward. Ding just gets ready to get his king castled. And now the big question is, was Gukesh planning to advance his pawn? And the answer to that is no, he was not. So the point of this pawn move on the side then was probably to just make sure that the black bishop could not say a check against the white king. And now Gukesh moves his bishop into the center of the board to reinforce his control of that central pawn. And this bishop move, that's a new one.
Oh.
A novelty.
Oh,
And he played it really fast.
nice. Novelty, novelty, novelty. This game has now never, ever been seen in history.
So this position is reasonably common if white moves their knight into the game to reinforce the control in the center. But Gukesh is prioritizing getting his queenside pieces into the game first. He's completely abandoning any plan of castling to the king side early on. And I think his reasoning for this is a very clever one. He wants to first solidify his control and protect his pawns in the middle of the board. But then he doesn't want to commit to moving the knight out that early because he wants to push the pawn up first and then move the knight out. And sometimes if you push the pawn out first, then you're lagging behind in getting your pieces out. And that causes problems. But Gukesh is saying, okay, I'll just reinforce against all the potential problems that could occur. And then I can push the pawn forward. And I think now my newest belief is that this pawn move, number one, it's directed against the bishop check. Because if Gukesh had moved the bishop forward on the previous move before he moved the pawn, then Ding could trade between the pawns in the middle and move his bishop out to give a check on the white king. And the only good way to cover this check is by moving the bishop back, and thereby Gukesh doesn't want to move that bishop twice. He wants to move it into the middle. He wants to have it defend the pawn. And there was an alternative variation, a small nuance that would force his bishop back into defense. So his play is directed against basically reinforcing his control in the middle before he starts getting these kingside pieces out. And now my next belief is that oftentimes the problem of using the pawn 2 steps forward to reinforce in the middle, often this is met by black trying to move their queen out and start attacking into the middle and towards the black pawns on the side. And I guess my next thinking is that with the bishop moving in here, now if the queen moves out, actually I'm not sure what happens if the queen moves out.
Mm-hmm.
That seems like a reasonably sensible move.
Okay. Okay, while you think about that, Jon Ludvig, we did have ourselves a little competition in the start of the show today. Could you spot the elf on the shelf? It's already been finished. Someone did spot the elf on the shelf. Anton Petromain. Anton Petromain spotted that the elf was hiding inside the World Cup trophy, you guys. This is the trophy it's all about. This is the one that Magnus won in 2013 when he became the world chess champion in Chennai, beating Vishy Anand in that match. We've been very lucky to get to borrow his fantastic trophy, and we have it here inside the Take studio, and the elf was hiding inside it. A great view for the elf there, sitting inside that golden cup. So Anton, we're gonna send you a very cool sticker pack with a bunch of these cool stickers. There's a huge king. There's even one of Magnus Carlsen sticker. Thank you for participating. We'll try to hide the elf on a little more difficult place tomorrow. Have you figured out what the queen is all about?
I have.
Okay.
So if the queen moves out, now the pawn advances 2 steps forward, taking into consideration these 2 supportive white pawns that allows the advance to happen. And I was a bit uncertain about this initially, because I thought, well, this seems problematic for white. If pawn takes pawn in the center and then pawn takes back, now would be an excellent moment for Ding to challenge the white pawn on the side of the board and open up the situation in a moment where the development of the kingside pieces and hence the white king has to remain in the middle of the board. But the discovery I made is that if the queen now moves out, the pawn will advance forward, and a trade in the middle, you don't need to take back with the pawn. This is just the default thinking, because if you take with a pawn, you reinforce the next pawn's protection. But now my new idea is that you take back with a knight, which gets the knight into a great positioning in the center of the board, but it also opens up for the white bishop to point towards the black queen. And this does not reinforce the protection of the pawn in the middle, but if that pawn is captured, I'm thinking there are some interesting places we can move this knight to open up an attack from the bishop on the queen. So this is still in the developing phases of consideration. And frankly, the more I'm looking at it, the more I realize it's not entirely clear how you benefit from moving the knight to attack the queen. But maybe this is one of the interesting directions the game could take, where Gukesh is preparing to sacrifice a pawn in the middle of the board, which just on the basis that Gukesh has analyzed this in advance, I would say would be a dangerous thing to get involved with for Ding.
Danger on the board. We mentioned this cool World Championship trophy that Magnus won in 2013 when he became the 17th World Chess Champion. The 16th. Wait, I'm kidding. So Ding is 17 when Magnus became the 16th World Chess Champion and the 15th World Chess Champion. His name is Viswanathan, the fantastic, the great Viswanathan. He was the first grandmaster in India. And after him, because of his influence, because of the inspiration he has given to India, they now have, I think, more than 100 grandmasters. The 15th World Chess Champion. It's his birthday today. Happy birthday, Viswanathan. I mean, wow, there's so many chess birthdays. We had Magnus, then we had Levi Rosman, then we had Hikaru Nakamura 2 days ago, and today it's Viswanathan. Something about December, late November. So if your kid is born late November, December, give him a chessboard for one of his first birthdays, and odds are quite good. He's going to be a legendary chess player. I don't know, or chess personality. Your birthday is summertime, Jon Ludvig. So it's still hope if your kid is born, not at the end of the year.
Yeah. I think what we were discussing the other day was that maybe because some people become really good like at physical athletic sports if they're born very early in the year,
yeah.
then kind of like the people who make it to the end of the year, they can do chess instead. And then they become good at chess.
Maybe that's it.
What the rest of the people have to do.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I don't know when Ding or Gukesh's birthdays are. But Magnus must have had his birthday like in the middle of these World Championship matches, which must be kind of interesting and maybe not like the most celebratory birthdays then.
Gukesh is May 29. Ding Liren is October 24.
Okay.
So he's also quite late.
The theory with I'm sure the studies have been made in other sports, but in soccer in particular, is that the extra half year you have to grow really does tell when you're being scouted.
Yeah.
So a lot of the scouts favor players who are basically just older
Yeah.
than their teammates.
But I also think that if you're the smaller person physically of growth because your peers are bigger, they're, half a year older than you, then you have to work harder. You get better discipline. So maybe that's also a factor.
What sport did you play?
I played a bunch. Football, European soccer. I played handball. I played tennis. I played golf.
And were you short?
No, I'm born in February.
Okay.
Yeah. So I was blooming in my kid years, and then it went all downhill from there, basically. Yeah. Oh, yeah. So I would prefer to be born later in the year. Sounds like there's no pressure as well, right? No, you're so small, right? Yeah. Your classmates.
There's a lot of pressure because it's you're being judged on factors you have no influence over.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah, no, I like this opening for Gukesh.
Cool.
But I also liked it the last time round, and he ended up losing that game. So having the advantage out of the opening is not everything, but it's a good starting point. And if nothing else, Gukesh is building up a nice advantage on the clock.
Can we show you the computer moves, Jon Ludvig? Because there are some moves I think are kind of interesting. You've already mentioned going up with the pawn on the edge of the board to kind of prevent this queenside attack from Gukesh.
You want me to just put it up?
Yeah, maybe we should just do that. Because there's so many different options with the pawns. But I can see that like the main suggestion here is advancing the other pawn 2 steps forward.
Yeah, that's very interesting. I remember being very enthusiastic about this pawn advance in the previous game with this opening, which is a while ago. That was game 1 of the championship. But I had now kind of forgotten all about it, which frankly just showcases another point of this pawn moving one step forward on the side of the board. Because part of the idea with this pawn advance for a ding is to advance further forward and then get lots of pressure in towards the white pawns in the center of the board. However, having advanced the pawn one step on the side, you can take out this black pawn, open up for your own rook, and also lure the supporting pawn away from its position where it was pointing into the center pawn mass. And so here you don't really accomplish what you set out to do because you wanted to have both the black pawns putting pressure, and here one of your central pressure pawns was taken out for a white pawn that was all out on the edge. And also with that being a recommended move by the computer, it's kind of a move that Ding, of course Ding doesn't know that it is, but if he had known...
Oh, bless you, Jon Ludvig. That was a big one.
Yeah. Even if Ding had known that this was the top computer move, he probably wouldn't want to play it because he knows Gukesh is still working with pre-planned moves. He probably analyzed this with one of the chess engines. And then what Ding is looking for is playing sensible moves that Gukesh has not focused on, rather than sensible moves, which this pawn advance is. But this is going to be a pawn advance that maybe Gukesh has spent some time on investigating.
Thinking now for 15 minutes, Ding Liren. He is down to 1 hour and 26 minutes on his clock to reach move 41, spending a lot more time than Gukesh, who so far in the game hasn't even spent a minute. 55 seconds is all Gukesh has spent so far. He is still in his opening prep. Does it depend a lot on the next move by Ding? Can Ding surprise him now?
I think for sure Ding can come in with a surprise here. Gukesh just played a novelty. He played an entirely new move for the situation. And when you do that, there are some positions where you can definitely predict what your opponent is going to do in reply. This is not one of those. Because Ding has so many different plans that he can choose between. Ding can choose to just castle immediately. He can push pawns on the side of the board. He can move the queen in. And then I saw the third choice of the chess engine was to trade pawns in the middle. That is not going to happen. There's no benefit to Ding trading the central pawns. That will just... Because we talked about this in some of the previous games. The black pawn has advanced 2 steps forward, whereas this white support pawn has only moved 1 step. And so now, if the black pawn captures white's pawn, the white pawn will take back. And then we end up in a situation where essentially what has happened compared to the previous move is just that the attacking pawn and the supporting pawn has been removed from the board. But that is a benefit to the supporting pawn, which was more cautiously placed, having only moved 1 step forward, as opposed to the Ding attacking pawn, which had gone 2 steps. So the trade in the center would be highly unexpected.
Okay. Highly unexpected.
And I'm guessing queen out or pawns forward or castles. But that's already like 4 different options.
Yeah.
And to a chess player, you don't need anything more than 2 different options in order to think for a very, very long time. Because 2 different moves, if they go in 2 different directions with 2 different pawn formations or consequences, then that is enough for you to want to spend a lot of time considering which one puts you on the right path.
Okay, we are waiting for Dingley Ren's move number 8 in game 13 in the World Chess Championship match. I didn't ask you guys in the start of the show what you think the result will be. Maud, what do you think, taking everything in account, you know, the mentality, the match situation, what do you think will be the result today?
I think it will be a draw because something that Jon Ludvig said at the beginning of the broadcast kind of resonated with me. The fact that when you do lose, you kind of want to slow down. And although Gukesh, this is his last white game, I still think that it's more important for him than kind of losing his, not losing his mind, but he doesn't want to push too much either.
Yeah.
And kind of sabotage the end of the match. Then I think he would rather go to the rapid tie breaks. He has become number 8 in the world in 2021.
Yeah.
So he's not bad.
No.
By any means. And I also feel like then it's more of a toss-up. Anything could happen. So I think today will be a draw.
Jon Ludvig?
I like Gukesh's opening, but I also liked it in game 1, which he ended up losing. Maybe Ding is just better at these types of positions than Gukesh. I wouldn't really expect so. I disagree with Maud when it comes to Gukesh's attitude going into this game. Because I think what he's done here is risky. Playing this opening in which you have lost previously, that is you're not playing that without risk, and so I do feel like Gukesh is going for the win here, trying to strike back, and that could potentially backfire. Yeah, he's got a big time advantage, but he also had a big time advantage in game 1, and he ended up losing that. There's so much this position has in common with the first game, and now Gukesh maybe he's so angry about losing that first game that he studied the plans and wants to avenge himself. He wants to come back and say that, the opening I had in that game 1, that was perfectly acceptable. The reason I lost was due to nerves, not due to my play or the opening play or anything like that. It's very brave going into this where...
Just me coloring the squares as a part of a comment.
I love it.
It's very brave going into this when you have such bad memories. Like playing your first ever world championship match and you lost it with the white pieces. And you don't really want to relive those emotions.
But what if you fixed it like you said? What if you were like, well, now I figured it out and there's nothing here. I know that now.
Yeah, but at the same time, it didn't really need fixing, right? Because the opening was a success the last time, and he still ended up losing. The opening could be a success this time as well, and still end up losing if you're not playing the right plans afterwards.
We can see now that there's 2 highlighted squares on the board. Maud has made the bishop and the knight red, and the text to this happening on the board is that Gukesh is playing an opening he lost with in this match, and none of his pieces on the king side are developed. This is a risky choice, and it shows ambition. And this is why it's such a good idea to have the take app for you, for everyone you know, even if they are chess fans, or if they're not, because this is a possibility for them to become chess fans. And remember, very shortly, there's going to be a new feature in this app called Guess the Move, which will be awesome. You can actually guess the moves for the top players when they play their games. It's going to be very cool.
Oh, I can't wait to see if Jon Ludvig participates in that, to see how good are you at predicting moves. Because I'm very often like sitting here and kind of writing a comment for different moves before they happen. based on what Jon Ludvig says. And the last games, Jon Ludvig, you have been really good. You have been predicting the moves like all the time. So I'm interested in seeing you participate in this game and seeing you
Yeah.
would crush everybody else.
Well, I mean, yeah, you would probably want to. You would probably want to do the moves that are the most obvious. Well, I can't really strategize now because Kaja has told me some of how it's gonna work. Because you're not allowed to participate on every move. Is that right, Kaja?
Oh.
So I'm not sure if I'm allowed to give the details yet of this very cool game that is coming out, but I'm going to get the CEO into the studio at some point today or tomorrow to tell you guys all about this very cool game that is coming. But you are maybe correct. I'm not 100% sure. We need to get the CEO in here to answer these questions about guess the move, but get ready for the coolest chess game, except chess. Except from chess.
It's the best feeling in the world when you think like this is the move they're going to play and then they do it, because then you're like, I am just as good as a 2,800 player.
Exactly.
In that moment.
In that moment. Exactly. Well, in this moment, Ding Liren has been thinking for 24 minutes and 12 seconds on his move number 8. He is out of his preparation and he's looking up at Gukesh, the challenger to the title. And the big question is, will Ding Liren keep his title? Will he be world champion for another 2 years? Or will Gukesh be the 18th world chess champion? This is game 13 out of 14. Tomorrow will be the last game in the World Chess Championship match. And if they are tied after that, well, we will also then see tie breaks. And the regulations for the tie breaks is interesting. They're going to first play a 4-game match of rapid chess where the time control is 15 minutes plus 10 seconds increment. If they are tied after those 4 games, then a new match with 2 rapid games will be played. And the time control then is 10 minutes plus 5 seconds increment. So shorter time control in that second match. And if they're still tied after that match, then we go to blitz chess. So there will be a match of 2 blitz games where the time control is 5 plus 3, I think. And if they're still tied after that match, then it will be sudden death blitz chess. They will make a drawing of who will start with the white pieces. And they will play blitz chess until there is a winner. And
have you calculated how long that day could be?
How have you?
No.
But it must be incredibly long.
I hope the players aren't thinking too much about this, because this is so like far beyond their current situation. But they do have to know about it at least.
Yeah, and it does influence some decisions. Such as in this game, we're expecting Gukesh to really go for it to get the win because we consider him an underdog in the tiebreak. Because Ding, let's just say when Ding has had a lot of time, he has wasted it. Mm-hmm. Case in point. And when he's getting low on time, suddenly he starts playing all the best moves super quickly.
Yeah.
It's been fascinating to watch the difference in Ding with time and without time, and frankly he's playing just as well, if not better, being a bit lower on the clock. So he's also ranked as the number 2 rapid player with the World Chess Federation. I don't put too much standing on that rating because there's not that many rated rapid games, because for instance the internet games are not rated, which is where most of the rapid chess is happening these days. But you know, he definitely has skill in those faster time controls, and based on the fact that Gukesh is seeking one of the most unbalanced situations we had seen in the match to this point, I think it's reasonable to guess that Gukesh is not really that interested in the tie breaks either, and that he may agree with the majority the audience, the pundits, that his better chance lie in the classical games. And so he's going for a big fight today, and, well, he's got it. Ding stuck with the risky French opening, but now it's up to Gukesh to punish it.
Yeah, exactly. We're talking about Game 13 here today. Thank you, everyone, for hanging out with us here in the Take studio and in the Take app, both on Twitch and on YouTube and in the app. We really appreciate hanging out with you, having a good time, watching the drama unfold in Singapore. And in the chat, I can see you're talking a lot about coffee today. Ding had a fun comment in the press conference after his win in Game 12 that he started the day with coffee and he felt energized, and he went on to win that game. Many fun comments, actually, from Ding Liren. I'm going to go grab myself a coffee because... Do you want one, Maud?
Yes.
Do you also want some yogurt or chia pudding?
I'm good for now. Just the coffee, just like Ding. I will...
All right. And Jon Ludvig, you mentioned that there are now... So he's been thinking for almost half an hour now, Ding.
Well, half an hour now, but he also spent 19 minutes on the previous.
Exactly. He's spending a lot of time. But you mentioned there's like 4 options now that he's looking at. Can you remind us? Take us through it again.
Yeah.
What are the 4 options that Ding Liren is now calculating, looking at?
So I would say he's looking into advancing his pawns on the side of the board. These pawn pushes forward are designed to take control of this half of the board. But on the other hand, white is going to then get control of the opposite side, because black has the most pieces. If we divide the board in half, black has most pieces on the left side, and white has more pieces on the right side. The problem with doing plans like this is that the kings are inevitably going to castle, and they are going to end up on the side of the board where white is the one with the most pieces. And it could be problematic for Ding that his king could come under attack, as white then maybe starts pushing the pawns forward on the side of the board in the same fashion that black is trying to do the same thing on the opposite flank. Ding could just castle and then just say, I'm interested in having more information about your plans moving forward. I think one of the big decisions that is yet to be decided is whether Gukesh will move his pawn 2 steps forward to help the protection in the middle of the board, or whether he will prioritize getting his knight into the game. And, well, frankly, I guess he will use the pawn, because that's what he did in Game 1 of this championship. But he did end up losing that Game 1, Gukesh. And here he will have moved his pawn once, twice, once. Gukesh is spending a lot of time moving pawns here, while his king is still in the middle of the board, and Ding has castled his king. So that is a very interesting imbalance there. And then I've been talking a bit about this queen move. Getting the queen out to attack one of the white pawns, the white pawn that was previously protected by the bishop, but now that the bishop moved out, which was a new move from Gukesh, the pawn may be prone to being attacked. On the other hand, maybe then black's queen is standing in the way of the rest of black's pieces. For instance, now the pawn cannot advance because the queen is standing in the pawn's way. It's a tricky one to assess, which is why Ding is spending this much time. But on the other hand, I would have expected Ding to study these positions quite a bit after the opening we saw in Game 1.
Well, thank you for that walkthrough there, Jon Ludvig. I have now prepared a comment for all of these different moves. So if he does something else, we'll be totally lost. But it was interesting that Kaja was mentioning this press conference with Ding talking about the fact that, okay, what did I do differently now that I lost? Oh, I had some coffee. I was more energized. I heard Nakamura talking a lot about the fact that when you have lost a game, you only look for winning the next one, and then you're way more optimistic. And Ding has seemed a bit like a pessimist a lot of this match so far. So I'm wondering if he's kind of slipping back into his somewhat pessimistic tendencies. And also, Ding said that he had been reading a lot of comments online and he's like looking a lot at social media. He even quoted one comment he had received that he should retire. I just can't believe that he is looking at all these critical comments in between his games in such an important match. It is just shocking to me. Would you log off social media for the entirety of the World Championship match if you were playing?
That's a big if, but I would think that was a good idea. Yeah.
I thought that was like everyone's, like, I thought you had to do that. I don't understand how you can play and read everyone's critical comments, especially when you just blundered a night 2 games ago. I would not be going online after that and reading what people had to say when you're playing a World Championship match and you lose a night in a one-move, blunder.
But if he did, it did work. He did win the next one.
That's true. It did hype him up. Haters are his motivators.
Yeah.
But now he's spending a lot of time.
I don't know about this time usage. It's not the first time he's done this, but he spent about half his time. He spent about half his time trying to figure this out, and I'm not sure he's figuring anything out, really. I don't think the difference between the different moves is that massive compared to the time problems he's creating for himself. And frankly, Ding doesn't really seem ready to make a move anytime soon either, which is incredible when he's already given himself a 50-minute deficit.
I'm reading some of the comments that we're getting. Everyone is, of course, talking about the time usage. I mean, we've said it so many games now. But it is kind of working for him because he plays really well when he has to speed up towards the end and he doesn't, like, overthink and do all these
I do think there have been moments where Ding has been fantastic playing quickly.
Yeah.
But at the same time, this blunder you're talking about, where he gave away his knight in the 11th game, that was also because he was getting low on time. And so he has made mistakes, but he's also had really good patches when he's low on time. And it just really depends on whether he's comfortable in the situation. But right now he's looking anything but comfortable with this facing this pressure out of the opening.
I mean, we did see that Gukesh spent 1 hour and 17 seconds on the move. And then we actually had a problem that the app couldn't display more than an hour of thinking. So I hope that's been fixed now in case we see a new record here.
Yeah,
but
no, Ding is going to move before he gets to 60 minutes. Oh, and he does make his move now.
And it was nothing we had talked about.
It was not. The knight moves out to closer to the edge of the board, but the knight is aiming towards a square inside white's half. Ding wants to move this knight further up the board to attack white's bishop and also attack white's pawn while it's at it. So a very clear plan moving forward. And the fact that this was not one of the top choices by the chess engines, it has two consequences. Number one, on our board, the evaluation bar has gone to from balanced to better for Gukesh. So you would think, oh, great development for Gukesh. But at the same time, now Gukesh cannot rely on his pre-planned analysis, and now he's going to have to think for himself. And in the previous game we had using this same opening, Gukesh also had a big time advantage and the eval bar in his favor. But it didn't really turn out that great after all because it was an unbalanced position and it was difficult facing Ding's plan. This could be something similar, but for now the impression remains the same as it has been throughout. This is a nice way of playing against the French defense. Gukesh generated a good idea here and has come better prepared to the game. And now both players are on their own. They're going to have to figure this out. And even though Gukesh's position is registered as better, at least for Ding, his plan is so much more obvious. He wants to move the knight in, and
Ding
he's going to
leaves.
try to do that pretty much no matter what Gukesh does in return.
Ding just left the board. I also remember that during the press conference, people were asking him a little bit about this. Oh, but Gukesh makes his move while Ding is not at the board anymore.
I'm surprised by how quickly Gukesh was able to respond. The knight moves forward. Ooh. What is he planning? The knight moves forward. It opens up the bishop's path towards the big square in question. And now, can Ding move his knight into his opponent's half, attack the bishop, attack the pawn, or will that be a mistake? If moving the knight forward now is a mistake, I think this opening has been a tremendous success for Gukesh because Ding kind of committed himself to that one plan, and if that plan can be foiled by the bishop trading itself for the knight, if that was all it took to render that plan ineffective, then this is going to be a great outcome for Gukesh.
And also in the previous move, I added a comment that you were talking about it when Ding was considering to move his queen out, that he's moving a lot of pieces towards the queen side of the board.
Yeah.
And that he could quickly come under attack on the king side when he inevitably castles. And now that prediction is looking pretty good.
Yeah, especially because one of the moves I'm thinking about here on Gukesh's behalf is to move the queen out and start attacking on that side. And if the king castles, you could potentially just continue with attacking pieces, really finding nice homes in the vicinity of Ding's king.
Ooh.
So, there's a lot of potential in Gukesh's position now. And I do also find it very interesting that Gukesh has deviated from a plan he used in the first game, which frankly was part of the reason why Gukesh got into trouble to begin with. In the previous game, Gukesh moved both of these pawns forward. Really being aggressive with the pawns, but also leaving some weaknesses behind.
Oh, and now Ding decides to trade in the center.
Okay, so the knight moved up. Ding trades in the middle. I'm very surprised what Ding is trying to make happen now. We spoke earlier about how this trade is usually not that great for for Ding because it takes his more advanced pawn and trades off for the supporting pawn. But Ding feels like the trade was necessary to do before then jumping in with his knight. And now the eval bar is jumping between better and much better. Ding has not been able to counter this plan in the
Oh, bless you, Jon Ludvig. Another big one.
in the best way. And I think Gukesh can be very happy with the outcome of the opening.
Well, definitely. Oh, wow. I I had to go out for a little bit to also brew the coffee. And now I have myself a nice warm cup of coffee. And I come back in here and it's drama on the board. I am glad I can now lean back and enjoy this game with my cup of coffee. What's happening, Maud?
Well, I mean, Ding has spent a lot of time thinking. And then after doing that, he went for like a very committed plan of sending his knight up the board, which he has achieved. But Jon Ludvig said, maybe Gukesh has found a way to foil this plan. And if that's the case, then this opening has been a disaster for Ding. I don't remember if that was your exact word, but Jon Ludvig, has this plan been foiled now? Can he take this knight?
Well, what happens if he doesn't take the knight? If the invading black knight is not captured, that knight will manage to either take out the white bishop or the white pawn, both of which would be highly problematic. And then if the bishop tries to move back and save itself, then Ding could move his queen in, attacking in towards the center of the board, but also attacking against the pawn together with the knight. So I think it's reasonable to assume that in order to keep his initiative, Gukesh now has to trade his bishop for this invading knight. And frankly, this is what Ding set out to accomplish. Because now after pawn takes back, Ding has, in my opinion, a long-term advantageous position.
Ooh.
Not only does Ding now have the two bishops that can work together, he also has the potential of getting his so-called French bishop, bringing that one to life. The French bishop is not a nickname of honor in any way.
Okay.
It is a derogatory term talking about this bishop that's being blocked by its own central pawns. And it's very difficult to get this bishop into the game because of the pawn formation in the middle. However, with the pawn advancing to capture the white bishop, should a trade happen, now we see a potential for this black bishop to be the best French bishop you've ever seen, pointing down through the center of the board as a consequence of the central pawn having been removed from that diagonal. So Ding is saying, unless you punish my plan, I'm going to have a great situation afterwards. Which then again, it ups the risk for both players. Because Gukesh then is in a hurry to justify his scheme before Ding manages to get his bishop, in particular, into the game.
Wow. Wow.
So even though the computer likes Gukesh here, the more I'm looking at this, the more I feel like I kind of like this for Ding. Because it makes it so much more obvious what he's trying to do next. If the trade between the knight and bishop happens, then there is a definite future for the black bishop that you're going to try to get into the game, and then you're kind of hoping that the fact that your opponent has more pieces on this side of the board is not going to be a major issue. And frankly, I don't even see how it would be a major issue, because the move I was considering earlier with the queen pointing down towards a black pawn, maybe that pawn just moves one step forward, and I don't really see what's the big issue. Is there going to be an attack against the king? I mean, Gukesh is going to have to try, but it's not obvious how. And then if the knight moves out, pawn moves up, king castles, and the bishop tries to find its diagonal. Like, it's a very, suddenly and weirdly, it's Gukesh who got his king castled the first. Ding is, he's choosing not to castle here because he's scared that castling will just move his king into the eyesight of the white queen. But then on the other hand, if you don't castle your king, you might get punished with an advance through the center of the board.
Okay, question from the chat here, Jon Ludvig, from Tegan Christopher. Guys, am I being crazy, or if bishop takes the knight after queen a5, how do I defend the c4 pawn? The c4 pawn.
Yeah, so I'm guessing they mean queen to a4.
Yeah.
That would move from white.
Okay, and
we might have to deal with the situation now.
Yeah.
That's a very good question from Tegan. Now, Gukesh has chosen to make this trade. So, Jon Ludvig, what would happen if, after Ding recaptures here, as he has done, if the queen goes out after that pawn?
Well, I think on general grounds, I also want to point out that if Gukesh manages to capture this black pawn, it wouldn't be the end of the world. Because if that would allow Ding to castle his king quickly and get his pieces into the game, Ding's control of the light squares, and in particular having this diagonal for the bishop, might be enough to compensate for missing a pawn. Using the queen to capture the pawn, though, is not the right way to do it.
So you don't expect Gukesh now to move his queen
No,
here.
it would be almost a losing mistake. Losing is a bit strong, but it would be a terrible move.
Okay.
Because then the black queen would enter the game. It would put a check on the king while also threatening the white queen. In order to avoid losing the white queen, you have to trade. But then not only do you lose the piece that was going to try and take the black pawn, Ding also gets reinforcements here to protect it. And now, if not for the move pawn forward in the center, I think this would be very, very good for Ding. And considering there is this move pushing the pawn forward in the center, maybe it's about equal. But it's definitely not going to be a direction that Gukesh gives a lot of focus, because he doesn't want to trade the queens now. Like I said, Ding right now has the long-term advantage. This puts the onus on Gukesh to strike while the iron is hot. He has to use his short-term advantage of better placed pieces and his ability to move the queen in, start an attack here, get his knight out, get his king to safety. And in particular, I think Gukesh would really like to get a rook into the middle
and we have a move
forward.
Gukesh moves his knight, and the bar now only says slightly better. Okay, up to better again for him. Slightly better.
Okay, I think this is an interesting move from Gukesh, because it doesn't really start the attack. By keeping the queen back, Gukesh is saying, I'm not dependent on going for the immediate attack, and I can instead try to claim that my pieces are just as well placed as yours. This has caught me a little bit by surprise. because I felt like Gukesh maybe needed to be very aggressive in the short term.
It was the second best computer move. The top computer move was moving the queen.
Okay, so I guess I have a plan for Ding. So let's just execute the plan for Ding and
Okay.
then see what Gukesh is planning in response. Pawn forward makes a lot of sense to me because this pawn is both protecting its buddy further forward and also giving space for the bishop to control down the diagonal. And then I assume the knight would then continue trying to attack the black pawn. And we would like to defend the pawn that's under attack. But then how do we defend it? Because frankly, we got a bit of options here as black. I kind of like using the rook here. I like I'm gonna use the rook to defend the pawn. And then what is Gukesh doing? If he castles his king, then Ding is also gonna castle his king. Gukesh could get his queen out.
And this was the top computer move before he moved the knight out.
It's a very fascinating position where I think what Gukesh is doing is that he's relying on his ability to just mass his pieces kind of centrally / pointing towards the black king. The black king doesn't have that many protectors, and if the two knights end up working together against the black pawn and manages to force the pawn forward, you can imagine some situation where black's king just gets overwhelmed with white pieces in the vicinity. So this is kind of what Gukesh is going for. And then with that knowledge, we should now try and figure out what can Ding do to try and prevent this from happening.
I know some people are very critical of me talking about the evaluation bar, but I have to say it's a very nice tool for me to understand what's happening when there is a goal, a beautiful pass, something exciting happening in the game. And when Gukesh made this knight move, the bar went down from 0.9 advantage, so almost a pawn up for Gukesh, down to 0.2 right now. And Jon Ludvig just left the studio. But luckily, I have another expert here next to me, and that's Maud. What does this suddenly now, to you, look less good for Gukesh?
I think it would have been pretty crazy if he had played his queen forward, because it would have been like the direct attack. So in the app, I've also kind of highlighted this imbalance between Ding really moving all of his pieces toward the queen side, and then Gukesh has moved all of his pieces towards the king side. So we thought there would be this huge attack, and the best piece for attacking is the queen.
Mm-hmm.
So
and now she's kind of a little bit more stuck in.
Yeah, she's been delayed, and that's why I think that this was not the most crazy way to continue. Mm-hmm. So Gukesh, he's prioritizing playing a little bit safer. I would say that this kind of indicates perhaps that he is not willing to go completely crazy and send his queen over to the king side. He wants to develop his own pieces, get his own king to safety, and not take way too big risks, even though the computer, which can calculate 30 moves ahead, could say that that was maybe the best objective decision.
And it looks also, it's a moving the knight out is because he's just eager to get his king to safety.
Yeah. And that's a less risky way of playing. And maybe that indicates that he is not willing to risk it all.
It would be a very me move. Just desperate to finish up what I've been told, take center, develop your pieces, and get your king to safety.
I was reacting now to just Ding, he was swatting in the air for some reason. I didn't understand if there was a bug or if there was, what was that? It was weird.
Oh.
Did anybody see that?
Classic chess player, there's a corn of dust.
Oh, that was
the
what it
board.
was.
And then you do like that?
Yeah.
Well, we are waiting now for Ding to make his 12th move in game 13. He is down to 55 minutes on his clock. That's all the time he has left to reach move 41. And Gukesh has almost an hour more on the clock. Still 1 hour and 47 minutes for the youngster. He's only 18 years old, fighting to become the world chess champion. This is game 13. He has the white pieces. This is Gukesh's final game with the white pieces. And we have a cool game here. But it's changed a little bit then after the
A
last couple
little
of...
bit would be a massive understatement as far as I'm concerned. I think there's been a huge change to the position. And the dynamic just...
After which move?
After Ding decided to move his knight forward, so it's not just one move, it's two moves, right? Because when he moved the knight for the third time in the game, he had already decided to move it a fourth time afterwards. And because Gukesh was able to trade off the bishop that had never moved for a knight that had moved 4 times, Gukesh, who was looking like he would be very late to getting his king out of the middle of the board, now it's looking like Gukesh is going to be by far the first to make that happen. So now it's more about, it went from being about how is Gukesh getting his pieces into the game to now being about how is Ding going to manage to coordinate his pieces. And frankly, it's not very easy. And this would be a typical situation where it would be nice to have a bit more time to think, but Ding wasted all of his time using 60 minutes on 2 moves early on. And now he doesn't have that much time to consider all the different ideas that Gukesh has, with, in particular, long term, I think Gukesh wants to push the pawn forward in the center of the board.
We have a move on the board.
Yeah, a very sensible move from Ding. The pawn protects its buddy and also creates space for the bishop to find its best placement pointing down through the center of the board. And now Gukesh is either going to castle or move the knight forward. I think he'll just castle. I think that makes sense. And then you can move the knight forward afterwards. And I mentioned this earlier. I think long term, Ding's position is really good, but he's facing some short-term issues that, frankly, is not going to be easy to solve. So, yeah, this is going to be a very exciting next couple of moves.
Love it. We have excitement in every game, every move now.
Well, this has been an unusually exciting World Championship match. I think for those watching, and this is your first World Championship, you may be influenced by the amount of draws.
Yeah.
But the truth of the matter is that draw is quite a common result in chess. And a lot of the draws that have happened in this match in particular, they haven't been because the games are uneventful. It's been because even if one player makes a mistake and the other player is close to achieving something, is close to maybe winning, then there's been, it's not that there hasn't been excitement, it's just that the excitement has worked both ways. With the players spoiling a lot of their opportunities even when they had good positions. In this match, I think I would say there are 2 games that were uneventful draws, which for so far a 13 game match is a very, very low percentage as far as chess is concerned. And one of the most exciting world championships we've had in recent times was a world championship with exclusively draws. 12 draws between Magnus Carlsen and Fabiano Caruana. Frankly, there were way more boring draws in that match compared to this one. Mostly when Magnus had the white pieces and just didn't manage to gain the upper hand. But every time Magnus had the black pieces, Magnus went into the Sicilian defense, very double-edged. And Fabiano, he kept getting the advantage according to the chess engines. But Magnus was making pawn sacrifices to get dynamic counterplay. It was just the games where Caruana had the white pieces and Carlsen the black pieces, they were just some of the best games we've seen in recent World Championship history.
And it's always been like the most interesting games are always after somebody lost or won. So kind of like today as well, because the psychology of the players is so rattled by the previous result. And it was so interesting to see now Ding play like so well once he had lost the game. And I'm wondering if Gukesh can manage the same. But so far, I would say he's prioritizing playing safely more than he's prioritizing immediately striking back. Or do you disagree, Jon Ludvig?
I completely disagree. I think the position is Gukesh inviting the French defense where he had bad memories from game 1. I think that was a brave choice. He's come prepared with a good idea, which has enabled him to get a big time advantage. And now there's imbalance in the position, but the chess engines can consider Gukesh better. So I think both players have really, when there's been choices to go in different directions, both players have chosen the most ambitious path, which is great to see.
That is great to see. Ding Liren is still by the board, but it is Gukesh in the move, thinking now for 5 minutes. One option for him is castling, but it's not the best option according to the computer. The best option according to the computer is a knight move, Jon Ludvig.
Yeah. I'm not
not anymore,
it makes a difference. But so the move we analyzed first before we did this castling move was to go with the knight to attack the pawn. And this is a fine move, and castling is a fine move. The reason I kind of felt like I wasn't sure I wanted this knight move after all is because I think Gukesh, in order to exploit his superior development of the pieces, I think he's going to look to push the pawn forward in the middle of the board. And if you move the knight over to attack the pawn immediately, I'm not sure it's a good move, but at least it's a possibility for Ding to continue pushing his pawn forward and try to capture this knight that was trying to influence the square the pawn was going to. So probably using the knight move and then castling, or castling first
castles.
and then using the knight move. I think these two are pretty much identical. It's just that if you castle first, you eliminate one option, which is probably bad for your opponent, but at the same time, then you don't have to calculate it if you just choose to avoid it altogether.
He castles Gukesh. Should we see quite immediate response now from Ding? He must have anticipated this.
Yeah, no, he was anticipating the general direction of the game. Yeah, but he still has some tricky things to figure out. He needs to decide. So right now, Ding can move his bishop into what would look like a better position, pointing down through the center of the board, but this would remove the bishop from protecting a pawn in the middle of the board. And frankly, this pawn right now, I'm wondering that this pawn might be important because white has a far advanced pawn in the center of the board, and often pawns like these are used as an outlet for your attack. So when the pawn that's far advanced and protected by another pawn, when this is on the king side of the board, it often means, okay, you got to go for a king side attack. And one of the plans that Ding could use here to try and avoid being attacked on the king side is try to challenge this pawn in the center of the board. But if you're going to do this, if you're going to advance the pawn, then you need to have something else protecting the pawn that's currently being protected by our advancing challenger. So it's not even clear whether you want to move the bishop out to a better square because you may need to prioritize some defensive ideas first. And it's really difficult for Ding to figure out how he wants to go about things. Because Gukesh's next moves are just so obvious. Gukesh is going to move the knight forward to attack the black pawn. So at some point, Ding is going to have to defend this. Then Gukesh is going to move the queen out to attack the pawn here. Ding is going to have to defend that. Then Gukesh is going to move his rook into the center of the board, potentially facilitating an advance through the center of the board. Ding is going to have to deal with that. And even if he deals with all of that, there's the option of the white knight continuing further forward into the center, but also closer to where we assume the black king is going to be. And we have this potential of the white pieces working together with the queen, everything pointing towards the black king and just creating a complete disaster. So the good news for Ding is that he's definitely understanding what Gukesh is trying to achieve. It's just difficult to know how to direct your attention.
And Ding castles. How would you castle if you were black in an actual game? Just like, how would it look? You know?
Well, so if you're fancy, what you do is that you always touch your king first. So this is important. This is the rules.
Yep.
If you touch the rook first and then put the king on the other side, that is considered a rook move, whereas castling is considered a king's move. So if you move the rook, or if you touch the rook first, then you have to move the rook.
Yeah.
After which your position has been completely ruined. So first you touch the king. Sometimes I just move the king 2 squares over and then move the rook along the board to the other side of the king using the sides of the board. If you're fancy, then you take your king and you kind of put the king on the other side of the rook.
Slide it.
And then you kind of just slide both of them.
Oh, that is fancy.
Into position. Do you have any?
I don't think that's fancy. I think that's like
the normal.
Not trashy is a
Sloppy?
terrible word for this, but like that's the way you castle when you're playing like 1 minute chess and you just have to be efficient. That's not how you would do it in a world championship. But now I wish we could zoom in and see what they did.
Yeah.
I feel like they can't be doing that.
Okay, this is apparently the trashy way of doing it. But yeah.
The effective.
Yeah, but like making that sound and like pushing one piece with another, no. I can't believe that if that's the case.
No, I don't think they do that either. But it is a reasonably normal way of doing it.
And you're only allowed to use one hand?
Yes.
Maybe nowadays, but not when I was a kid. It's very frustrating getting older and all the knowledge you had as a kid, kind of just the things you took for granted, the things you thought, how can anyone not know this? And now I don't know it because the world has changed. In particular, Norwegian regions.
Mm-hmm.
Previously, there used to be 19 of them.
Yeah,
and
that's what it was when I grew up, yeah.
Yeah, when we
grew up. We're born in the same year.
and it was just astounding to me that someone would not know the regions of Norway,
All
at
the
least
regions.
Norwegians.
Yeah.
And now I'm one of these people who have no idea
How many
because
even are
they
there now?
changed it and
Yeah.
they changed it again, and I lost track.
So like around 10-ish now.
11 maybe was what I was going to guess,
Yeah,
but I have
okay.
no idea. They
Yeah.
could have removed another one.
And it's got to be similar for like countries and stuff
15.
like that. I feel a lot. I'm a lot less aggressive towards old people who say Soviet and whatnot
Yeah.
anymore, because frankly, there's some countries in the south of Africa. Of course, there's new countries forming, but then there's some countries that just change names.
Yeah.
Eswatini or
Oh,
something.
yeah.
That was not called that when I
What was it
young.
called before?
Lesotho?
Oh.
Is that a different one?
Eswatini,
I was wondering, like, where are you going with this? Where is this geography quiz going?
But as a kid, I had studied all the countries in the world and all the flags, and
Swaziland.
Swaziland. That's
That's
what
the
it
one
was called.
inside South Africa, is it?
Yeah.
Got it. African geography is very difficult. There's so many countries, but it's also very interesting. Okay, we were talking about castling, and I got very curious now. How about long castle? How would that look in both the trashy and the classy way?
The trashy way is going to be difficult to do with the long castle,
Yeah.
if you ask me. Let me see.
Well, it depends on your whether you're left-handed or
We're gonna
right-handed.
Push that
Because
rook
most
several
people are
squares.
right-handed, and
Yeah.
then doing this
Is
kind of makes sense.
Yeah.
Whereas doing this,
exactly that.
That's
that looks
exactly
very
what I wanted.
trashy.
yeah. So
Terrible.
I think if you're left-handed, it probably makes more sense to do this.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I will never support
And there's
this.
and then if you're right-handed, you should probably stick with a king twice and rook on the other hand,
Yeah.
on the other side.
I'm a fan of the trashy way, though. It's fun.
It's more efficient like it can be in like blitz games, so then I would excuse it. But I just feel like in a world championship match, when you're not even low on time, like you can castle in an elegant way, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
And then you would move the king, and then you would pick up the rook and place it on the other side.
I'm surprised Gukesh is thinking here.
Okay. Why is that?
There's really only one move.
And that one move is?
Knight to c3. You have to move the knight forward. This opens up for the queen to join the attack. It opens up for the knight to join the center. And it creates a threat on the black pawn. There's no way that is not the recommended move.
And you are absolutely correct.
But I guess from the computer suggestions, you can see that moving the knight in the other direction is also like the second best move, and it has the same ideas. Like it's going to the same square, it's opening up for the queen.
But it doesn't attack the pawn. So maybe you play the same ideas, but you're one move slower, because here Ding is free to do whatever he wants, whereas if you move the knight to the other side, then Ding has to respond to the threat against the black pawn.
He is thinking, Gukesh. 6.5 minutes now on move 14. Jon Ludvig is saying it's quite an obvious move, the one he is about to make, so perhaps he's calculating longer how to make this game go forwards. Only 2 pawns and 2 pieces has left the board so far. And that must mean we still have all 3 results possible in this game, and that it's quite tense.
Yeah. I am. The more time Gukesh spends, the more I'm liking Ding's position. Just from if Gukesh doesn't feel it's obvious what he's doing, then there must be chances for Ding to kind of coordinate his forces. Which, if given time to do that, I tend to like the long-term advantages, and here Ding is the one with the long-term advantage, and it's just a question of how dangerous the attack Gukesh is trying to generate is going to be.
Okay.
Okay, so the knight is going to attack the pawn. I think this is pretty much a given. And then the question is, how do you defend the pawn? And frankly, there are 2 options. One is using the pawn, and then you have the 3 pawns in a row protecting one another up the board. And then the other is using the rook. Previously, I said I like using the rook, but let's check the pawn on this occasion. I would think the queen moves out to point on the black king. Now, maybe this move king to the corner. Maybe the king to the corner. I like this. Just get out of the queen's path. And one of my ideas is that if the white knight now jumps into the middle of the board, I quite like pawn push forward, attacking the queen and attacking the knight. The only way to avoid this double attack is using the special move en passant, where you can capture a pawn that moved 2 steps as if it had only moved 1 step. So here the white pawn captures that black pawn, but I'm not really too fussed about that because I can take back with my pawn. And now suddenly black has taken control of the center of the board using their pawns. And I'm still threatening to push that pawn 1 step forward. I could potentially use my rook to attack the queen. My only concern is the safety of this pawn in the middle, which we discussed earlier on as a reason for why I wanted to keep this bishop in its starting square to begin with, just to lend some protection here. But now that I'm thinking about it, knight takes pawn. That will have the knight attacking the queen. And then I may have thought that I could move the queen and attack the knight, and the knight could not move because of the bishop's diagonal on white's queen. But then there's a checkmate. Yeah, that doesn't really work out. So...
And Ding is leaving the board. Gukesh thinking for 11 minutes now.
I still think these short-term issues is not that difficult, not that easy for Ding to cope with. Which is why I'm wondering why Gukesh is not playing the obvious moves a bit quicker, just to put some pressure on Ding on what to do next.
I've posted a tweet in the app from Anish Giri. I thought this was a pretty funny story. Tal famously called Kasparov asking for a birthday gift when he was about to beat Karpov and become the youngest world champion. Will Vishy call Gukesh and ask him for the same? Happy birthday to Vishy the King, as Anand is called on Twitter. In case any of the people in the app didn't know, it was Vishy's birthday today.
The great Vishy Anand. It's his birthday today, and that would be a great birthday gift for him from Gukesh, the youngster. have they worked together in any way? I mean, Vishy has his academy. He's constantly helping these young Indians. Do you know if he's in any way sort of coached him, helped him?
I'm wondering if like Vishy, if not just like contributing moves, because I don't have the impression that he kind of has time to really be in an opening preparation team.
Oh yeah, 100%.
But I think that maybe he could be like a person who gives words of advice and has been in the World Championship match before.
Yeah.
And that he can maybe say like, okay, you lost yesterday. Here's how I recovered from losses. I could see him having like a fatherly
Yeah.
mentor approach.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, like an advisor, maybe more in terms of the mental aspect of the match, and maybe that was why Gukesh. Everyone was talking about the nerves of your first World Championship match. He did lose the first game, but he was able to come back, and maybe that was advice from Vishy.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that was really impressive because I feel like anytime somebody has lost a game in this match, you're kind of wondering, will they just crumble? And so far, nobody has. So that's been fascinating, like the mental strength of both players.
Oh, 100%. Making comebacks. That's massively impressive. Ding was the last one to make a comeback. He won game 12 after losing game 11. And here we are in game 13. And they're spending time, the players so far in the game. It's slightly better for Gukesh. But a few moves ago, it said better. He was almost a pawn up in the game. Now it's down to 0.4 advantage for young Gukesh.
Still has a solid advantage on the clock. I mean, he still has 35, 36 more minutes. So in that sense, like Jon Ludvig mentioned earlier, the opening has kind of been a success for him because he's able to get Ding to spend so much of his time in these positions where Gukesh is already familiar. And now, once we reach the actually unknown positions, then Ding has already spent a lot of his time. And now he's sitting at the board on Gukesh's turn, and he gets no breaks because he has to really concentrate the whole game.
Yeah, intense stuff, you guys. I can see in the YouTube chat that you guys are discussing African geography after we talked. Why did we talk about that?
Jon Ludvig was talking about how once you get older, some things you knew to be true are no longer true.
And we were talking.
There was a connection there.
There was a connection to the chess somehow.
Yeah. Somehow we went from castling in chess to Eswatini and Swaziland. It made also the chat talk about Africa. And I just want to give you guys a tip. Like a free of charge tip for all of you. There's a Norwegian page on the internet, which is called gamlegruble.net. So GAMLEGRUBLE.net, where you can take these really cool, and you can see this on my camera here now, these really cool like geography quizzes. For example, I'm into Africa now, and then you're gonna, Burkina Faso comes up, and now I have to try to click where the right one is, and you get the wrong click or the right click, and then you can see, and then you can try to do better next time. Just a tip for you guys. We have a move on the board. That's much more interesting.
Yeah, the knight has moved over, a very obvious move to attack the black pawn, while also the knight kind of continues its path into the center of the board. This move was completely expected. So honestly, I would think that Ding should move rather quickly in response.
He does.
I think I'm leaning towards the pawn. No, he does go with the rook. I couldn't make up my mind whether to use the rook or the pawn. I'd kind of gone for both of them during different times. But Ding does end up using the rook for this. And now we're expecting the queen to make her entry and point down towards the black king.
Okay. Why? So you're a little bit surprised now with Ding's move?
No, it was one of two reasonable options. It was difficult figuring out the difference between those two options.
But he probably did that on Gukesh's turn because this move was so expected, and we could see him like basically sitting as if it was his turn. So he was probably already very aware that this was happening, and then he had concluded, so he didn't have to spend any more of his time. Good time management for Ding on that move, at least.
But one thing that the reason I kind of moving the rook was my first instinct, but then I was kind of moving towards preferring the pawn later on. And one of the reasons for that is that now moving the black bishop into the game is going to be more difficult to achieve because that would block the rook's ability to protect the pawn. So what I think we maybe can read out of this choice with the rook is that Ding is planning to keep his bishop where it is, and he prioritizes the protection of this black pawn over getting the bishop to the diagonal. So Ding still feels like he has some issues to solve and still needs to have this bishop in a defensive placement. And then I think the only real point I can see of the bishop giving protection to the pawn in the center is to alleviate the other pawn. So that this pawn no longer needs to protect its buddy and instead can challenge in towards the center and try and get rid of the most advanced white pawn. And in order, if we then conclude that pushing this pawn forward is Ding's plan, then it makes even more sense for Gukesh to utilize his plan with moving the queen out, because now the pawn's advance is no longer viable as the queen has helped out in the attack on the black pawn, and Gukesh would be able to capture the pawn in this circumstance. So
That move told us a lot then.
yeah, I think so. And I would be very surprised if Gukesh doesn't bring his queen out now, because that really seems to stop Ding's intentions.
But Ding's body language is still like very tense and nervous. I'm wondering what
when
it's
is it
like.
not?
That's
I know it always is, but I'm wondering, like, specifically now when it's also Gukesh's turn, like, you must be a little bit affected when your opponent is, like, suddenly doing, like, this.
Yeah.
I get easily distracted by what my opponent is doing, so
Oh, I would too.
I'm so impressed that Gukesh at 18 years old is just, like, completely statically focusing on the board there.
So if you are affected by it, Maud, when you play your games or tournaments, do you sometimes fake it? Like poker face it? Doing some hand movements and
Yeah, but
showing off some body language?
it's more that I just feel like when the opponent does a lot of other stuff, that part I can't control. So I end up like thinking like, oh, now they suddenly left the board. Is that because there's like a huge mistake and they don't want to be there while I make that move?
Yeah.
Or is it because they left the board because they're thinking, I've got complete control. I don't need to sit here and spend time thinking
Yeah.
on the game anymore. Like I overanalyze these things.
Have you considered just thinking about the situation at hand instead of thinking about...
I have considered that, but it's so
But when
hard.
you
not-
first
Decided
think about
against
it,
it.
right?
Yeah.
It's Is that a grandmaster tip then, Jon Ludvig?
I don't
Focus on
I don't think
focus.
so, but concentration does matter. And I think what Maud is saying really resonates with me, not in being affected by the opponent as much as she clearly is. But I'm more of it's difficult to always think about the games.
Yeah.
So I will start singing with myself during
Really?
and then I will start thinking about, a conversation I need to have with someone, or, planning dinner, or, there's so many things to think about in the world, and it's difficult not to let your thoughts kind of...
Wonder.
Yeah.
maybe sometimes. But okay, here's a question. So concentration, being able to concentrate, memory is something a chess player maybe should be good at. What would you say are like the top 3 qualities for grandmasters? I think there's like 1,500 grandmasters in the world. what are like top 3 qualities that most of these have? Very difficult question. I'm sorry to.
Ability to be just completely obsessed with something. It's not so much about what you're doing when you're playing, but it's a trait you need to have in training, in becoming a grandmaster. You need to kind of let yourself be obsessed with this game in order to put in all the hours that's required.
That's a good point. But then I think chess, more than any other sport, you have normal people who would spend, isn't it like you need to spend 10,000 hours to have a chance to become great at something, right? If you're going to be a top football player, you need to have spent 10,000 hours training. I think many people spend 10,000 hours playing chess online or at clubs. What is then the difference? So many people are hooked on the game.
Yeah, no, but there has to be, and I'm sure Gladwell has, Malcolm Gladwell is the author behind this 10,000 hour rule, and I'm sure he also at some point said it does matter the quality of the work you're putting in, because if you're sitting playing 1 minute chess for 10,000 hours, that is also a brain rot kind of.
And you need to be getting feedback. There's like, I remember there's like 3 or 4 different criteria to these 10,000 hours where it's like you need to be getting feedback. And I think in chess, like, you don't always get feedback immediately if your move is good or bad. Sometimes you have to go back and look at all of your moves together. So I'm wondering if just playing online, I think everyone has kind of found out that that isn't enough. You have to be doing some analysis. You have to like be working on specific things to get better at them. I certainly play loads of blitz games, and I don't feel like I'm improving. It's just for fun. But maybe you could compare it to, you could run a lot and never become Usain Bolt.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And so, Maud, you've been playing chess since you were a kid, and you're a woman FIDE master. You're a great chess player. Well, what is the difference then from your level up to the grandmaster level? Because it's, you spend your hours with chess.
Yeah.
What would you?
You were better than some of the kids.
Oh, and we have a move on the board.
Oh, we have a
becoming
move.
a grandmaster.
Oh, and it's a weird move.
It's the knight forward on the edge of the board. This surprises me because this really does nothing to prevent that pawn. Well, actually, it does maybe prevent the pawn forward plan I was talking about, but maybe not long term. I was really into the knight's placement because the knight was pointing towards the black pawn, which made it more difficult for Ding to make this pawn push and challenge White's control in the center of the board. By moving the knight forward, Gukesh is preventing the pawn push, because now if pawn takes pawn and pawn takes back, now Gukesh is able to bring his queen in, check on the king, and when the king tries to run away, the knight and queen work together very nicely for a checkmate. I would use the checkmate button, but we've lost it because
We clicked on something.
we're in preparation for Kaja having meetings.
There it is.
So we've been given control of the audio, but in doing that, we lost control of the checkmate buttons. So pushing the pawn forward is not a viable option for Ding here, with the knight moving forward. But Ding now has the opportunity to move his king one step into the corner, which then once again prepares to challenge for control in the center. And if the queen moves out to threaten checkmate, helped by the knight, then Ding could move his rook to defend and then push the pawn up on the next move. And it looks kind of weird just putting your king and rook into the corner of the board, but it's not obvious to me how to punish this on Gukesh's behalf.
Okay. Well, you think about that, Jon Ludvig. So Jon Ludvig, he did say, I have to go out for a meeting, and I have to do that right now, actually. And I can even reveal what the meeting is about. It's about the World Rapid and Blitz. We will be a broadcast partner for the World Rapid and Blitz. So that means when you're watching the Take stream on YouTube and Twitch for World Rapid and Blitz starting December 26th, you can also see the footage from New York, from the playing hall, from Magnus's game, Hikaru's game. All the action will be here with us at Take. So I need to head out to plan that a little bit. I'm going to leave the stream board with you, Maud.
Okay.
So that Jon Ludvig is able to click to watch the board. And then sometimes we want to see the two of you as well. That's
the one we're on now.
exactly.
So now, but we can't click on the board here. So is there a brett?
Board.
Yes.
And then this.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so board, cut.
Okay.
Next time I want to see the two of you. This one, and then cut.
Oh.
And maybe sometimes you also want to see this one.
Woo.
So those are the three. So you have board, total, and the two of you.
Okay. There's
Okay.
also a button called Nisse that I kind of want to click on now.
I think that's an old one.
Oh, okay. I feel like we're having like a live.
That's the Nisse.
Oh.
So because we used to have the Nisse. The
Oh,
Santa
yeah.
Claus on the board.
Oh gosh!
Oh.
Big move.
Okay, Kaja, you can leave. Let's hope we have learned how to control our cameras.
Yeah,
Kaja is cutting to the board because
I am.
look what happened. Pawn 2 steps forward. I've been talking about pushing this pawn 1 step, but Ding literally takes it 1 step further. Ding feels like he's lacking some control on this part of the board where the black king is residing. And Ding therefore chooses to expand his territory, essentially, by pushing the pawn up. And frankly, I did suggest pawn 1 step forward and then capturing.
Yeah, we have the first en passant situation of this game, of this match, don't we?
Yeah.
And everyone knows when there's en passant, you have to play en passant. You can't not do that.
I think Gukesh very well might not choose to use the special en passant move here. The only move that captures a piece, a pawn, by not moving to the square the original, the capturee was on. But if this happens, then Ding would not be able to take back with his pawn because we studied that this would be a checkmate with the queen coming in. So Ding must be planning, in case of the en passant move, he must be planning to take back with the bishop. But I didn't really want to do that because then I felt like I'm losing a bishop. But on the other hand, even if I'm losing a bishop, Ding feels that, well, I'm happy because now my queen and rook are participating in the game. And it could have been a big issue for me if I never got those pieces involved. And precisely because this kind of allows the black pieces to get into the game, Gukesh might feel that his advanced pawn in the center of the board is more important to him than being able to capture the black bishop, which is now the option.
And you should see the chat, Jon Ludvig. Everyone is going wild for the en passant. It's a forced move, everyone is saying. You have to play the en passant move.
Is it the recommended move?
Oh, that would be
Did
interesting.
she teach us how to
I know
turn
how to
on?
do it, I think. I think I have to press this over here. Oh, there we go. Yeah. En passant is
The
the
en
best
passant move is being recommended.
I need to remove it again. This is not an elegant way of doing things. So
Frankly, I'm intrigued by the fact that pawn forward in the middle was the second choice. Because pawn forward in the middle, that's attacking the knight, but it's also abandoning the protection of the pawn. But if that pawn is captured, then maybe the queen moves in, attacking the knight. And then if the knight moves out of the way, once again, we have the queen and white's knight working together for a checkmate on the black king. So a lot of different options here for Gukesh to explore. But I guess in general, if the two recommended moves are en passant or pawn push forward, I think this feels okay for Ding. Because Ding is going to get some pawn trades, which is going to give more space to his pieces to kind of help out his king and help keep the king defended. So, yeah, I'm reasonably happy with this on Ding's behalf.
ooh, that was a smooth camera transition. I am having a lot of fun testing these buttons. And I'm worried. I don't know how long we're not going to have Kaja.
Probably half an hour, right?
Because suddenly, like, I'll press something wrong and then we'll just be stuck on, like, a view of the background for 30 minutes. Let's hope that doesn't happen. If any of our viewers have anything they would like to see in the studio, they can let us know. But it can be so interesting now if he does do the en passant move.
Well, you say interesting, but
Okay, it's
frankly,
more fun.
Yeah, no, well, I think the en passant move is one of the least fun options here because that takes away a lot of the imbalance in the position. It eliminates one of the white pawns that's kind of the spearheading the attack against the black king. It would lead to trades. First, the pawns would be traded, and then maybe the knight and the bishop would be traded thereafter. Because now this bishop is pointing into the center of the board together with the knight and together with the queen. So if you do go for the en passant, you kind of have to trade away the attacking knight for the black bishop, which frankly hadn't been that impressive thus far in the game. So the more I'm thinking about this, the more I feel like en passant would be a bit of a disappointment. But at the same time, I don't really see what else Gukesh could do, which speaks to why this was a good choice from Ding.
Is it a great move?
It's too early to call it a great move because it depends on why the chess engines feel Gukesh is better in this situation. Maybe the chess engines have some kind of clever idea that I haven't fully understood. It's usually how it goes. Maybe actually, okay, so let's analyze this. The recommended move is doing the en passant, and then bishop takes back. I said because of the pressure 3 black pieces now have towards the center of the board, I said you have to take out the black bishop. But what if you sacrifice the pawn in the middle and instead move the knight, the other knight, forward, allowing the white pawn to be captured, but then the queen moves out. And even though Gukesh is down a pawn here, he is creating some threats in towards the black king. But now actually I like this move. Maybe this is the point of why Ding used his rook to defend the pawn earlier, because he saw that at some point in the future, it can actually be really useful having this rook work along the 7th rank and actually contributing from all the way over here to defend the black king and the queen pointing in towards it. Yeah, no, I don't like that. This is an extra pawn for Ding. And the bishop in the center has... It's going to be reinforced by a pawn afterwards, which then also will open up for the bishop to attack the queen. I think we're about to see some trades here. Or
See some trades.
considering that Gukesh has been very aggressive in going for the win repeatedly so far in this match, is there any way he can just choose not to trade? I think one of the problems for Gukesh right now is that if he doesn't take out the black pawn, then suddenly we'll see a situation where the other black pawn actually continues forward as well. And where these two black pawns start creating a barrier, advancing pawns in front of their own king, which is very brave, but at the same time taking control of so many squares that the white pieces wanted to use in their attack on the black king.
All right. I've tried to illustrate with that arrow that the queen can't involve herself. That must have been the main point of the move, right?
Yeah, it's definitely one of the points.
Yeah.
It's definitely why he went 2 steps instead of 1 step,
Yeah.
for instance. So going 1 step is doing the same thing in many ways because it challenges the white pawn in the middle. But the difference here is that the queen would be allowed to get involved and attack towards the black king, whereas with the pawn going 2 steps forward, there's still the option of the pawns trading, but there's no option of white's queen getting involved. And also, frankly, this pawn also, it takes control of a square in the middle as well. Both of the squares that this pawn is directing its attention against, both of those squares are important because the white knight wanted to come into the middle and the white queen wanted to move up, pointing towards the black king.
And other suggestions we're getting now from the YouTube chat, which I've also seen is the 3rd best move from the engine in the Take app, is to move the queen not all the way out to attack the king, but in that direction, 2 squares forward. So what do you think about that move?
It attacks the black knight. It allows Ding to capture a pawn in the center of the board, so it's a pawn sacrifice. I would probably not accept the sacrifice. I like here the idea of moving the queen 1 step to the side. Because then I'm both defending the knight that was under attack, but I'm also starting to put pressure on the white knight on the side of the board. So yeah, I'm not a fan of this at all, actually. Because white is struggling to keep this knight on the edge safe.
You can also see now that Ding has left the board. I'm going to try to... No, that was wrong. That was the wrong button. What about here? Oh, there we go. So we can see now that Ding is no longer sitting at the board. He's kind of saying, you think on this, and I'll take a break. And they were talking a lot about these breaks they were taking at the press conference. And Ding said that when he was feeling a little bit more comfortable, or it was at least implied, that then he would go and have some snacks and step away from the board. So that could be an indication of that.
And Ding, at one point in this game, he was down by over 55 minutes on the clock. That time advantage has shrunk considerably as Ding sped up, and Gukesh has been taking his time on these last couple of moves. I don't think Gukesh really wants to do the en passant, but based on the analysis we've done so far, it seems like it's pretty inevitable that he reaches the conclusion where taking the pawn is just the best option.
Or forced, as the chat is calling it. And it's also so fitting when we have the French opening we get the en passant. And there are croissants and French flags in the chat, and the whole chess world is hoping for this move.
Do we have other chess terminology in French that could be applicable to such a game that we should look out for?
En prise, or like, what is that?
Yeah, something is under attack.
Yeah.
Something is en prise.
Yeah, I don't know the pronunciation apparently.
Well, your French is way better than
I
me.
should know, but I don't. I'm not very good at like the written words and reading them out loud and stuff. We should have an en passant button. Oh, j'adoube, like what you see.
Yeah,
when
no, I
you're-
thought about Shadoo, but that's not really about the game, right? That's more about what you do during the game.
Yeah, true, but that's at least a chess. Fianchetto, isn't that? I would think that was Italian.
Yeah, Fianchetto is...
Or fianchetto, I don't know how to say that.
Yeah,
either.
no, we learned that it's with a K because it's Italian.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so we're just
The Italians, they say forchetta? No, there's like these double C's that are...
First, we're
the
venturing out
CH.
into the African geography, and now we're doing this language analysis. Which
No,
are
but it's
not
interesting.
qualified to do.
And it is, at least now we remember how we started talking about it from a chess perspective. Focaccia. Focaccia is...
What does that have to do with anything?
Isn't that a CH? Is it a double C?
No, there's no H in
Oh,
focaccia.
okay. I ruined my own point then.
Well, as we're trying to figure out if
The
Gukesh-
intricacies of Italian
he's moving,
grammar.
he's moving. I need to get this back to the screen. Darn it, I keep pressing the wrong one. There we go. I could see him now. He was about to make his move, it felt like. But he's hesitating.
You really feel powerful with the Stream Deck, don't
This
you?
is like the best. This is the best thing that's happened all day is having the control of these cameras. But there are so many buttons, and I want to press all of them.
Just to see what they do?
Yeah, but I feel like that will also could also be chaotic.
Yeah. I remember being in a TV studio with you previously, and you pressed
Yeah.
all the buttons.
I did, and then I ruined it, and someone had to come help us, and that's what I'm trying to avoid. But also, I don't see like the take button. I don't see the. If there had been a checkmate, we wouldn't be ready to.
No, but that's on a different menu, I think.
Wait, I'll put it here so you can also help me.
No, so if you want to have like the take and stuff like that,
Be careful now, because if we do have a crisis, then Kaja is gone, and we cannot repair whatever we
okay,
break.
yeah, probably we shouldn't do the one that says end broadcast.
Also, the one that says takeover. That's fun. What does that do?
Clean. Yeah.
Look, now I can press this one and show you this angle. See? So now it's kind of to our viewers. Look at all the buttons we can press for these cameras. There's a guest. There's this option to call someone. A game transition. Oh, that's the thing that Kaja shows in the beginning, maybe?
Is it?
I don't know. I don't.
Press it.
I'm going to press it. Ooh. And we even get the music. Oh, no. We shouldn't have pressed that button. We've lost the board. We've lost the board now. Get that board back. No. Okay, let it be known. Oh, no.
For once, it
Oh,
was
no.
actually me who
What?
suggested we press more buttons than we should.
No. What do we do now? This is a disaster. Okay.
Yeah, no, that was unfortunate.
Okay.
We may want to go to the wooden
Nisse.
board.
Brett. Oh yeah, let's go to our normal board. For some reason now we have to press this one instead of that one. What could that mean? Okay, I'm gonna.
Ah, here it comes. This is the one.
Oh,
where someone has caught up to us pressing on all the buttons and is fixing it in the back room. Yeah, so apparently, but then I wonder what this button does.
No more. You have made your attempt. Let's just be thankful that we have the position, we have the board. There will be
And
no
Gukesh
more.
is still thinking. Gukesh really doesn't want to take en passant, and I don't blame him. If he captures this black pawn, it takes away any chance of getting an attack that he had. It does give him one of Ding's bishops, but Gukesh would rather attack with black's bishop still staying on the board. He's just not finding a way to do that with which he's happy. Like, how crazy would it be to just move the white pawn forward? Surely this is going to be the alternate plan that Gukesh could go for. But this is a very committal move, because then you're saying, okay, I'm going to attack here, you're going to attack here, and then one of us will win. Because then Ding could just advance his pawns, and then Gukesh would advance on the opposite side, and like both players would be pushing pawns forward. And frankly, in the long term, in a situation like this, I think Ding is close to winning. If Ding can push the white knight away from its placement, away from controlling these central squares, that would be such an accomplishment for Ding. And maybe that's why Gukesh has to settle for the en passant move in the end, even though he doesn't really want to do it. He feels like that opens up more room for the black pieces to maneuver. But if he doesn't do it, then Ding has prevented the immediate attack on black's king.
And he's making his move. He's playing the en passant move.
He does go for the en passant, and this is going to give Ding a very easy move in response. So we have the special move. The black pawn moved 2 steps forward. As your first move in response to a pawn moving 2 steps forward, you can capture it by another pawn as if it had only gone 1 step. And that is what Gukesh did. Ding responds instantly, using his bishop to take back, because we saw that if the pawn takes back, even though the pawn then gains good control in the center of the board, it is 1 less pawn to defend the king, which in this situation was very critical as the white queen moved in. Taking with a pawn, one of the advantages there would be that you don't have to trade a knight for a bishop, but given the circumstances, you do have to do that. And now, because the black bishop is pointing towards the white pawn in the center, I don't really understand why Gukesh is thinking here. Is Gukesh about to make a sacrifice? May I ask for you to awkwardly lean over?
Oh, for the
Again?
computer thing? Yeah, and let's show the people what's required of me to do that. There we go.
So the top choice is knight takes bishop, but the third best choice being recommended here is moving the queen into the...
You have to press the button and then press cut 2.
But why is this one green?
I don't know. Just don't touch anything.
So then moving the queen out is the third choice. The second choice from the engine, but that is a very controversial one, because then you do manage to capture a pawn in the middle of the board. I'm trying to calculate rook over. Rook defends along the edge. But now you can play rook takes and then white wins. The idea was that if a bishop takes in the middle, then the pawn would advance and attack the queen and attack the bishop. So there's a lot of trickery around here. I guess my assumption that Gukesh absolutely had to capture the bishop right now was wrong, because I was studying the move knight forward in the middle. But instead, Gukesh can move the queen out, and now the bishop cannot accept the pawn in the middle, because since the queen moved out, that has freed up a square for the rook to get involved and point down towards the black queen, after which I do think this is a big issue. Actually, the variation is not over here, because you could go with the queen one step out. And then if the piece in the middle is captured, even if you use the rook, which was effective earlier because then the rook would also attack the queen, but now the rook is not attacking the queen, which means pawn forward opens up an attack against the queen and pressure against the rook.
This seems complicated.
This seems winning for Ding, I think.
I needed the viewers to see how hard you're thinking on this situation.
Yeah. Yeah, so the simplest is definitely to just make the trade, but the simplest also makes it the easiest for Ding to deal with what's about to happen. And if the white knight captures the black bishop, then Ding can easily make the recapture with his queen. And Ding is reasonably happy about the position then. I think the only thing that can really... So I think maybe what Gukesh has to go for now, maybe he takes the bishop, which lures the black queen out from the kind of middle file on the board, and then push the pawn up. This is an interesting area to study. And one of the things I'm thinking about right now is if the rook moves over and says, you cannot move your pawn because your queen is in trouble behind it, can you sacrifice the queen? The pawn captures the knight, rook captures queen, but the rook takes back, and in trade for a queen, Gukesh has a knight and a rook.
And that pawn.
But the pawn is kind of the most important part of it, because the pawn is only 2 steps away from becoming a new queen itself. And right now you're threatening to just advance that pawn further forward. And the black bishop is being blocked in every direction, partly because the pawn is controlling some of the squares that the bishop would like to use.
Well, this would be crazy to see a queen sacrifice in this game.
Yeah, and the thing is, there are so many interesting moments in games like this that just we never get to see as the audience, because both players are so good that they figure it out. That they're like, okay, pawn advance, I cannot move the rook over because of the queen sacrifice. And so there's lots of queen sacrifices the players calculate during the game, but which never really catch our attention as the audience, because the players understand what's good, even if that involves a queen sack.
And what we haven't been discussing so much is that Gukesh is almost caught up to Ding's clock now. So he spent 7 minutes on this move, but he was thinking a lot before his previous move, and he could have predicted that the bishop would have captured here, right? Do you think he's like changing his mind about something?
Oh my God! I just checked.
You cheated.
I cheated.
All right.
But I cheated with good intentions. And what I have discovered is that from the current position, the recommended move for Gukesh, it's not just that he trades the knight for the bishop, it's also about how he follows it up. And the recommended move is indeed to push the pawn forward in the middle and moving the rook to point the rook towards the white pawn in the middle and the white queen. This is a losing mistake, a blunder, because of pawn takes knight, sacrificing the queen.
Oh, just like you said. And show us why.
It was correct. Takes and then takes. And it's very difficult to stop the pawn. The knight can easily get involved through the center of the board. And the bishop is struggling to have anywhere good to move, which in turn is making it difficult getting the rook into the game. And you want me to show people why, but I can't really do that.
Well, you've already explained a little bit. I thought there
Yeah.
was going to be some checkmate thing, but it was just that this position was so good. The bishop is terrible. The rook is a little bit difficult.
It's not like it's over in an instant, but it's more like that the pawn is just so strong and you're struggling to stop it.
But could you do anything else if the pawn did advance to d5?
Yeah.
You have to do something else.
Yeah, you have to do something else.
Now I'm asking mostly as a person writing the comments for the app.
Oh, okay.
Because I don't think that losing move is going to be played then.
Yeah, no, it's
nice to know
definitely
why.
not. Because you would just take the pawn.
Okay. Seems obvious.
Yeah, no, it is kind of obvious. And then queen comes in, check on the king, and then maybe the king moves away. Yeah, but then there's there's with the queen coming in, giving a check on the king, there's also the threat of the knight capturing one of black's pawns. And you cannot block this check with the bishop because then you also block the queen's ability to protect the knight, allowing the queen to just, make the capture on the next move. So it's kind of awkward how to react to the threat against the king and the threat against the pawn in this situation. I suppose you could move the queen over.
Oh, sorry. I was going to show the viewers that Ding is not sitting at the board. He's been spending a lot less time at the board today than we've seen. In the first game of the match, he never left his board before move 40. So he went there for a little snack right after move 40. But other than that, he sat glued in his chair for 4 hours.
And there's a certain... Because Gukesh is trying to win this game, right? He's trying to make things happen. And the strategy that has been successful for Ding in the previous game was to avoid as many trades as possible. But the weird thing here is that now the trades, in order to put the maximum amount of pressure on Ding, Gukesh actually has to go for a couple of trades. Because that opens up his abilities, his piece's ability to attack the opponent.
So we're getting some comments about the square c3. Is it dirty in some way? Can you fix whatever that is? As Ding did earlier in this match. I don't know. Oh, maybe that was it. I don't know. We're reading your comments, so if you have feedback like that, we will see it. And now I saw there was a hashtag going, clean C3, and it had been for quite a while. Okay. Well, let's take a look again at the empty chair that Ding has. He is spending less time at the board today.
And the time situation, 30 seconds. Between the players, Gukesh is about to be lower on time for the first moment in this game. And that has been a trend we've seen several times. Ding spending a lot of time in the opening, and then Gukesh, once he's out of his pre-planned opening stuff, he takes his sweet time to make decisions. Both players with really terrible time management in this match. in my opinion.
Well,
Well, I mean, they've spent more than half their time in less than half the moves until they get more time.
yeah, that is true. But it also feels
And this is not the first time they've done that.
no, they do this every single time.
And the first couple of moves, they usually play very quickly. So it's more like they play a third of the game that requires thinking, having spent way more than half of their time.
But it's so strange then to think about what was when he spent 20 minutes on his previous move, Gukesh.
What was he thinking about?
Yeah. He's kind of spent 33 minutes on this situation in his head because he knew that the recapture from the en passant was going to happen. And he knew
Yeah.
it had to be with the bishop, I think.
No, for sure.
Yeah. Oh, this is surprising. Oh, but he's making his move now. He's playing the queen.
Wow. Yeah, that explains why he was spending so much time. He plays a very strange move, not going for the trade between the bishop and knight, putting his queen on the same file as the black rook. So he has turned down the variation with the pawn moving forward in the center, probably because he just felt like that leads to a lot of trades, and that's not really what he's looking for right now. So by keeping the tension, by keeping a lot of pieces on the board, he is showing ambition through that. However, with not striking while the iron was hot, Ding now has a perfectly acceptable position according to the chess engines. He does, though, have to deal with the queen now attacking the undefended black knight. And, well...
The queen attacking an undefended knight.
But the knight can attack a poorly defended pawn. Well, attack, I say, capture
Yeah.
a poorly defended pawn. So this is a pawn sacrifice from Gukesh. And then the question is, should Ding be accepting the sacrifice?
I saw some people were commenting that we were doing a stream sacrifice when we accidentally disabled our analysis board.
Well, at least now, if we do it again, we know how to get it back.
Do we? Was it us that did that? Wasn't it
No,
somebody?
it wasn't us that did it, but if we had pushed this button, we would have been fine.
I'm not taking that.
This is the graphics 1 button. So if I were to press this button again, the graphics would disappear. And then
Okay,
you
go
want
for
me
it
to
then.
test? So now,
Yeah, see, you don't know anything about these buttons. You have no idea what you're doing.
it was an educated guess. Maybe they disabled some of the important buttons.
We can't accidentally end the stream. That would be dumb. But I was trying to show the viewers that now it's Gukesh who has left his chair, and he's left his chair in a way where the back of the chair is facing the board. I don't like that. If I was Ding, I would have to go fix that.
Really?
Yeah, I feel like that's so distracting that the other chair is turned the wrong way.
Okay, I'm learning a lot about your chess playing, Maud, during this broadcast, and I'm thinking maybe you should spend less time thinking about, what's happening around the game and more time thinking about moves.
I will take your advice, but here we get a move from Ding. He does not
Okay.
accept the pawn
Yeah,
sacrifice.
no, he does not take the pawn. I think that was sensible from Ding. If the pawn had been captured in the middle, then the knight would capture the bishop. The idea is that the bishop then defending the knight would have been taken out of commission. And with the rook taking here and the queen getting into the middle, there was some awkwardness on how to defend the knight on the next move. So I think it was sensible from Ding to reject the offer of this pawn. And Ding instead plays a move we talked about earlier. Actually, we talked about this in this situation. if Gukesh had moved his queen out first, I said, I don't like this because then my queen can both defend the knight and put some pressure against the white knight. The situation is slightly different considering the fact that the en passant happened first. But some of the same mechanics apply. The queen moves to defend the knight. It puts pressure on white's knight. The white knight now must trade for the bishop. It would be absolutely outrageous if Gukesh didn't do that because, now the bishop is threatening the pawn in the center of the board, and also the knight is very dependent on being defended by the queen. So in order to both eliminate the threat and also eliminate the piece that could become a weakness, a problem in the position, Gukesh is going to capture this black bishop. Ding will then use his rook to take back, making a threat on the white queen. And now the question becomes, where's the queen going to go? Because frankly, the queen isn't... Yeah, the obvious place to move the queen is into the center of the board. But then Ding can move his bishop to point in towards that central queen, which looks intimidating, but maybe looks can be deceiving. Maybe the queen isn't in as much trouble as one would assume. Although it's not looking good, though, is it? The knight is going to move. The bishop is going to open up its attack when the queen moves back. Like suddenly, imagine something like this. Suddenly, it's Ding who has all his pieces pointing down against the white king, as a result of opening up some space here for his pieces. Yeah, I'm very curious how Gukesh is going to respond to this.
Hey, I'm back. It's good to be back. And I've, of course, had my Take app with me in my call, in my meeting. So I know a little bit of what's been going on, but I haven't heard your analysis of this. So before you start eating your beautiful and much anticipated salad, Jon Ludvig, can you just give me the headline for this game right now?
Yeah.
I mean, is someone winning? Probably not. I can see the bar says slightly better now for Gukesh.
Yeah, well, I think the headline, considering what we have up on the graphics, is that chess engines feel Gukesh is slightly better, but we're not really seeing that. Mm-hmm. To us, it feels like the Gukesh's queen, which he just moved out. This queen is not in the most... It's struggling to find a long-term home. And frankly, it's probably going to have to move back on in the next two moves. And maybe now, with the introduction of black's rook, because we're going to have a trade here. Knight takes bishop is pretty much no choice. And then the rook takes back. The rook is going to attack the queen. And when the queen moves back, there are some situations where that rook could start pointing against the white king. So, yeah, it's just an unbalanced position yet. With the black rook more involved in this moment. The black king has fewer protectors than white's king. The black king has 2 pawns in front of it. White's king has 3. So long term, white's king should be safer, but short term, maybe black's king is safer because there are more black pieces now around the king than there are white pieces. Ding has all his pawns in the middle on the light squares, and Gukesh has his pawns on the dark squares, which means that there's a difference in which colored squares the players are controlling. Ding has control of the light squares, Gukesh has control of the dark squares, and right now it does feel like the dark squares are a bit more important, partly because the white knight can jump in, attack the rook, and then the knight can move forward to many squares that are dark and that are vulnerable, that Ding doesn't have protection on.
And now we do get that trade that we have predicted.
Well, that trade
You
had
predicted.
to happen.
Yeah.
There wasn't really much choice, and then Ding is going to use his rook to take,
Do we have
and
a
now
take?
Gukesh is going to move his queen back.
So that was a take.
A simple take.
A simple take. Okay.
No, the more I'm thinking about this now, the more I'm happy with this queen move back. There was a moment where I thought maybe the queen wanted to move into the middle of the board, but that would have been a disaster getting the black bishop pointing towards the queen. So I think moving the queen back is a lot more sensible.
And he does do that now.
And yeah, white is slightly better because white will get a well-placed knight in the center of the board, and black is not able to get an equally good knight position anytime soon.
I also noticed Gukesh is down on the clock now. 36 minutes left for him. He's made 19 moves. Ding thinking now on his move, 19. They do have 2 hours each to reach move 41. And Ding now has 40 minutes left to make 21 moves, 22 moves.
But the position is simplifying a little bit.
And does that mean looks more drawish?
It just means that there are fewer pieces and a little bit more, like you can make more careful moves. Like you don't have to be reacting to everything your opponent is doing in every single move, perhaps. You can maybe just develop your rooks to better positions if you're Gukesh. And Ding needs to sort out his bishop, maybe. I feel like now the players can kind of do their calm moves on their own halves of the board for a little while, trying to get things into better position.
But we do have queens on the board.
Yes.
And that's awesome to see. All right, you guys, I'm glad to be back in the studio.
We're glad to have you back. There was a
Thank
lot
you.
of chaos with the buttons.
I saw something in the chat. Ask them about the missing board or something like that.
Yeah, we accidentally lost the board for a little while. And then Jon Ludvig claimed that he had figured out how to get it back. And it was not right.
The more I'm thinking about this, the more I'm liking Gukesh's position, and the more I feel like it's absolutely necessary now for Ding to try and maneuver his knight. But now I thought of, So I was thinking Ding probably needs to move his knight back so that the knight can get a good positioning in the center of the board. But now, if the knight moves back here, then the bishop would come forward, attack the rook, and when the rook moves, the bishop would trade for the knight because, frankly, that black knight was going to get a nice placement. Whereas the white bishop moved on the dark squares, of which there are 5 white pawns that also move on the dark squares. So the bishop was a bit restricted by its own pawns, but then trading it off makes a lot of sense, and I really like this for Gukesh. So now I'm thinking I need to change my plan up a little bit. Now I'm thinking Ding is going to move his rook one step to the side. He's going to point towards the white king. White is going to play the knight in the middle and the pawn forward in some order. But let's say the knight forward first, and then the pawn to reinforce the knight. And I don't. This is a very difficult position to assess. Very unbalanced. Maybe the bishop moves up towards the center of the board, and then White's bishop could potentially do the same thing. Ooh, but there's also this pawn advance on the side of the board. The more I'm looking at this, the more I'm liking Gukesh's position, and I think there's some awkwardness on how to maximize the positioning of Black's pieces, and I do think Ding is going to have to move his rook kind of out of the way, where frankly that rook is super poorly placed. But I don't see what else. Maybe the rook should just go back. This rook seems good because it just opened up a path to attack towards the white queen. But after the white queen just moved away, that rook is a vulnerability. And it's going to be attacked by the white knight moving into a better position on the next move. So it's going to have to move anyway. And then I'm thinking I might as well move it now. And then I'm trying to figure out where to move it. And frankly, if you move to the side, like I was suggesting, that rook just cannot move again. Because every square it can move to is being controlled by the white pieces. So the rook is stuck.
Would you like to know the top computer move here, Jon Ludvig?
Yeah, it's going to be a rook move.
That's correct. Of course.
And then I think I'm just going to go all the way back.
That was not the one. That's also not because Ding moves his queen. The top computer move was moving the rook one square forwards.
Okay.
But he moves his queen instead.
He moves his queen instead. The good thing about this queen move is that it both controls the square that Gukesh wanted to use for his knight to attack the rook, but it also controls the square where the bishop could attack the rook as well. Now, Gukesh's move is going to be pretty easy. Gukesh is going to play pawn one step forward. This both opens up for the queen to protect in front of the king.
And that is what he did.
It blocks the diagonal for the bishop pointing down. There's nothing bishops hate more than a pawn protected by another pawn to block their scope. And this move is also going to protect a square in the center where you want to move your knight. So this pawn one step forward is already played. Okay. So that does like 3 or 4 things at a time. Very nice for Gukesh to get to play that so quickly. And now I guess knight back. Now he moves the rook back. Very strange. Why didn't he move the rook back first?
Yeah, what is that queen now doing there?
Well, the thing about queens is that even when they're misplaced, they can usually get into a good position reasonably quickly because they have that massive ability, move as far as they want in any direction. So it's easier to improve the positioning of a queen than improve the positioning of, well, pretty much anything else. Mm-hmm. Moving the rook made sense because the rook had to go at some point. I'm just surprised he didn't do it first. I'm expecting Ding to move his knight back at some point.
It says better on the bar for Gukesh.
Yeah, but it has for a while without that really convincing us that he actually was better. And it said slightly better when I was starting to think that that Gukesh was comfortably better. And Gukesh has an easier time finding squares for his pieces. Mm-hmm. I'm expecting him to move his knight into the middle now.
All right, Gukesh is thinking in move 21. He has 34 minutes left on his clock. That is less time than Ding. Our 2 experts here in the studio needs to eat a little bit. And that means I can remind you guys to download the Take app, and especially to download it before the World Rapid and Blitz Championship that starts on December 26th. You're going to want to have the app to get notified when your favorite players are playing and when action is happening in huge time trouble in Rapid and Blitz chess in New York, where this will be, and to also see the players in action because Take will be a broadcasting partner for the World Rapid and Blitz. We're super excited to also then be able to show you the live footage from the playing venue, from Magnus, Hikaru, all the other top players that will be in action in New York. And if you do enjoy hanging out with us here in the Take studio, then please give us a thumbs up here in YouTube or subscribe to our channel to be ready for the studio being back for the World Rapid and Blitz. So we have a bunch of very cool stuff coming up in the Take company before even World Rapid and Blitz starts. We're going to host an actual match here in the Take studio. A match between Anna Kramling, top streamer, very cool girl, and Odin, which is a Norwegian chess player. He is the world record holder for playing chess for the longest time. He did that in May during Norway Chess. He played for, I want to say, like 61 hours straight. Yeah. 61 hours playing blitz chess together with his friend Askild. And Odin against Anna. Anna's going to try to hustle him for some rating points. They're going to play 2 classical games a day for 3 days. Here in the Take studio, you can follow the games in the app, and you can watch the games on Anna Kramling's stream. And then there is also the CCT finals happening next week, which is going to be very cool. And then after that, well, then we go straight into World Rapid and Blitz. So a bunch of chess happening in the next few weeks, you guys. After we have named a world champion, when we finally know if the world champion is Dingley or Gukesh, well, then the action continues with more chess. And Take is going to cover it all. So please download the app and subscribe to our channel. We also, of course, have the post-game shows with Levi Rosman and Magnus Carlsen. We did have a surprise guest in our post-game show after Game 12. That was Hikaru Nakamura. So we had the holy trinity of chess gathered, talking about that amazing game when Dingley Ren made a comeback. And the situation right now in the World Chess Championship match is that they are tied with 6 points each and only 2 games to go. This game and then tomorrow's game. If they are still tied, then Friday will be a game of some intense, rapid, and potentially blitz chess tie breaks to decide who is the world champion. Dingley Ren is world champion number 17. 18-year-old Gukesh is fighting to become the youngest in history, world champion number 18. And he moves his rook.
Moves his
in
rook
the fight
into the center. And perhaps, is he preparing to advance the pawn? I'm kind of stalling for Jon Ludvig to chew here. He is defending the pawn, but that pawn wasn't attacked by too many pieces currently.
Well, but the pawn was defended by the bishop, but the pawn was at the same time blocking the bishop. So maybe Gukesh is thinking he can improve his bishop's placement. Yeah, I'm not fully understanding this move.
Then I've written for now, the rook adds defense to the pawn so that the bishop can be freed to be placed somewhere better.
Yeah, but...
that's our theory for now.
Well, yeah, but it could also be, like you said, that he wants to push forward
he could have
through
done
the middle.
That.
And it makes sense that he wants to push forward in the middle, because if that wasn't his plan, he probably would have moved his knight into the middle himself. But the fact that he's valuing the current positioning of the knight, where the knight is controlling the square in front of the pawn, makes me think he's probably wanting to advance. So, for instance, the most sensible looking move here for Ding is to move the knight back. Oh my gosh!
What?
The most sensible looking move is moving the knight back. But what here if Gukesh moves his bishop to attack the rook? If the rook moves away, then the bishop can try and trade for the knight. We talked about this earlier, how I think trading the bishop for knight would be very favorable for Gukesh. So if he can make this happen, that could be great. The reason this bishop move is so surprising is because that bishop can just be captured by the black rook. But here there are some ideas where the queen moves in, attacking both of black's rooks at the same time. And because Ding has such poor coordination of his pieces, he actually cannot defend both of those threats at the same time. But then that begs the question, yeah, so he needs to wait for this knight to move away for that to be an idea. So maybe he's just making an improving move. He's making Ding think that I want to push my pawn forward in the middle. You should move your knight back to control that square and prevent that from happening. But really he's just enticing Ding to move the knight so that he can play this shocking bishop move into a square that was where it's unprotected, but it's indirectly protected because capturing it will allow a double attack to which there's no defense.
So Gukesh is trying to set a trap?
Yeah, but at this level, like, he's trying to set a trap maybe, but at the same time, if Ding does not fall for the trap, then pushing the pawn through the middle is going to be very powerful. Because then the knight is not working to stop it from happening. So, moving the knight back, is that on the top 3, Kaja?
Okay.
Because pushing the pawn forward seems like a more and more sensible thing to do now that I'm realizing that trying to prevent it might not be a good idea.
I guess I'll just show him. I think you'll be a little bit surprised.
Yeah.
Top move is moving the A pawn 1 square.
Yeah, and I think that makes sense. Because, number one, this black pawn on the side of the board, this one is in the kind of frame, the diagonal of white's bishop. So if we are correct that Gukesh is preparing this pawn advance, then making sure that the bishop's threat against the side of the board is not that serious, that feels clever. And also with the pawn stepping one move forward, black will now have these pawns defending one another. And you're very ready for an advance through the center of the board, because now after the trade, activating the white rook is not attacking the black pawn because we had the foresight to defend the pawn before it even got attacked. Mm-hmm. So I think pawn on the side looks very, very good. And I'm noticing that knight back is not even on your list.
Yeah, exactly.
Which I take as a sign that the idea with the bishop sacrifice is a great one. Mm-hmm. And that something that felt like one of the most obvious moves in the position may indeed be a mistake because of that unexpected bishop sacrifice.
According to our fantastic chat, B4. Paris Copenhagen 16 is saying B4 is the top move according to Sese, which is a supercomputer.
What? Look at Jon Ludvig's absolute resignation.
It's breaking all the principles, right? But a move can break all the principles and still be a good one. Yeah, I suppose you can play like this, and then pawn takes, and then knight takes, and instead of reinforcing the protection of your pawns, you've abandoned them. But there are some nice tricks here. For instance, if the queen captures the pawn, now the bishop can move out, attack the queen, and when the queen moves, there's also an attack against the rook behind the queen. Mm-hmm. So, it makes sense trying to make some trades. It would also maximize the activity of black's pieces. Because right now, this black rook it's doing a good job defending the black pawn. But at the same time, it wouldn't be unhappy if that pawn advanced and traded itself off, because it would then be reasonably happy with having the ability to point down against white's pawn on that half-open file. And now that I'm thinking about it, after this pawn advance, attacking the knight, can we be crazy and do a... No, we cannot do that. Yeah, okay. Pawn forward. It's breaking all the principles, but it's a reasonable move for Ding.
I am going to add a tweet from the International Chess Federation that is showing how much time they have spent at the board. Oh, but it was from 30 minutes ago. So never mind. But I thought it was interesting. It said that Gukesh was 100% of the time at the board, but I'd seen him leave.
Yeah.
So good thing we didn't post that.
Yeah. But they are spending a lot of time by the board today.
Every day.
Every day. Yeah.
That has been one of the noticeable difference between this match and some of the previous ones. Mm-hmm. They're both very, very capable of staying at the board, focusing for a long amount of time.
Yeah.
Because Magnus Carlsen doesn't do this. Jan Nepomniachtchi doesn't do this. I don't do this. That was a nice way of mixing
If you
myself
Ludwig doesn't
into,
do it, then how could these two, one of them a world champion, the other a challenger, how on earth could they manage?
Well, I'm just saying that it is very unusual, even among players at this tier, to stay at the board for this amount of time. Mm-hmm. Actually, Kaja, can you ask our resident expert on this? Has that been a topic of discussion in your recaps?
You mean ask Magnus?
Yeah.
Time spent at the board versus going away, taking a break.
It has been, I wouldn't say it's been a topic, it's been mentioned.
And then what has he said then?
Then he usually says like, oh, but that was such an important moment in the game. That move was fantastic. I need to talk about that move.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he's avoided.
I've been often saying in the recaps that Magnus Carlsen is the true kid in a candy store when it comes to talking about chess. Like I often, and I've seen Levy when he's hosting them as well, try to move forward, maybe to like a highlighted move in the app. You know, okay, let's move to this moment in the game, and Magnus will almost always say like, no, we have to talk about the move, the other move, and then the next move, and then the next move, and he thinks every single move is just fantastic to talk about. It's very cool, actually. Kid in a candy store. Is this why he's maybe the best chess player of all time?
I think it's more multifaceted than that,
Yeah.
but he's very interested in the game. There's no doubt about that.
But I will make sure that we talk to Magnus about the fact that, yeah, these two players are sitting by the board for almost the entire games, staring at the position. And now it is Ding Liren in the move. 24 minutes left on his clock to make 20 moves.
Oh, and he does.
He does move the knight back, and Gukesh sacrifices the bishop.
What?
He does move the knight back, and Gukesh instantly moves the bishop to a square Ding thought was protected.
Much better now for
Much
Gukesh.
better. But okay, it's less and less, but we did see this coming, and there are things to suggest that Ding did not see this coming. The bishop moves to a square where it is unprotected, but rook captures bishop is not going to be viable now because the queen can then attack both rooks at the same time. It would be impossible to defend both of them. It's very important now for Ding. Ding wants to avoid the trade between this bishop and this black knight. So Ding is going to have to move his rook forward in order to control a very important square in the center where the bishop wants to move in order to trade for either the knight or the rook. But with this rook moving forward, there are some ideas where the bishop can come in.
Or did maybe Ding
Yeah,
call this?
the bishop did come in.
Okay.
So Ding moved his rook up to control the square to prevent the bishop from getting here. But then Gukesh says, well, I can force you away. Gukesh is moving his bishop in, attacking the rook. There was a mistake here, Maud.
Oh.
I think
At
moving
some
the
point.
knight back was a clear strategic mistake. He had not seen this idea with the white bishop maneuvering itself.
We're putting mistake up on the board.
Maneuvering itself into the heart of Ding's position. And now this bishop is going to be able to trade itself for the knight. And the reason I can say that is because in order for this rook to keep the protection of the square the bishop wants to use, the rook has to move one step to the side. But in doing so, it also abandons the protection of a pawn. So here, Gukesh can move his bishop back along the edge of the board. He has the attack on the pawn. So now the knight is ready to take the pawn next after the bishop has saved itself. And if now Ding tries to save the pawn, then the bishop does in the end manage to maneuver itself
Wow.
on the diagonal where it's threatening the knight. If the knight moves, the rook is captured. And even though you value this knight, you do value a rook more. So you're going to have to move your rook instead, but then the bishop manages to trade itself off. And here, all of the black pawns are on the light squares. And it turns out this bishop is not that valuable because you have a lack of control of the dark squares on the board. And this can be illustrated by Gukesh utilizing some of those dark squares inside Ding's half to really just get control of the game using the knight and the queen. This is going to be a time scramble now. Ding is down 10 minutes on the clock. And right now, Ding is looking Gukesh is looking very, very good. And those last two moves, Gukesh is so visibly excited about getting to trade off this bishop for the knight, a very strategically favorable trade. And he played it instantly, this maneuver with the bishop. And Ding, there was a trap, and Ding fell for it.
Wow.
And now I'm really liking Gukesh's chances to win this game.
Okay. Wow, that's a big statement from our expert here in the studio, Jon Ludvig Hammer.
What happened? What happened?
Ding moved his rook one step back because he realized that even if he tried to keep control of the square the bishop wanted to use,
He didn't.
he would be able to get that.
He moved the other rook.
No, he moved both.
Oh,
So
he had
let
several
me
moves.
catch up. The rook moved back, attacking the bishop, but allowing the bishop to get into the square it wanted to go to in the end. And now, in order to escape with the knight, if the knight moves now, the rook is captured. So then Ding moves the rook, hoping he'll be allowed to move the knight on the next move. But I'm thinking you're not going to be allowed to do that. And this seems like the moment for Gukesh to trade his bishop for the knight, which is the trade that kind of set off this entire maneuver.
1.2 is the computer evaluation now advantage for Ding. It says much better in the take app. If you click it, then it's going to show a number 1.2. So that's basically more than a pawn up. Jon Ludvig, you're used to working with percentages in the TV2 studio. What would you say are the percentages here in terms of the result? From your human perspective.
Maybe Can I include my assessment of the clock situation?
100%.
I would maybe say 60% win for Gukesh,
Wow.
39% draw, and 1% ding, just
Yeah.
to keep the options open.
Yeah.
I've checked
Open
with
the line.
Leela Chess Zero, which does try to create these kinds of percentages as well. And you're almost spot on. You know, Leela gives 61%, but only if Gukesh finds the best move in this position.
Uh-huh.
And then maybe I'll leave it at that for now.
So
Wait,
what
no, you can't do that.
First you guess, Jon Ludvig.
I was thinking you.
Yeah, but now I'm looking at Maud's screen.
Okay,
Well,
so now you know what
You
the top...
ruined it.
Yeah.
Okay, well, show us.
I don't understand it though.
Okay, so definitely show us. According to, and we are using Stockfish. So I'm wondering, do we have the same top computer move as Sessa does?
Almost certainly.
Yeah.
Okay. And so you've seen it, Jon Ludvig, and can you show it to us? And should I put it up here? Moving the rook behind the queen.
Yeah, I thought the whole point we did this dance with the bishop was to trade the bishop for the knight. And now we're supposed to move the rook instead?
It looks nice, though, with a rook and a queen in the same file.
Yeah, the point is just to prevent the knight from moving into the middle of the board.
And we have a move. We could see him.
Yeah, he made the trade. I think from a human that's what he was looking for when starting all of this. He wanted to trade that bishop for the knight, and now he's done it. So I like Gukesh's decision, and the assessment I made was based on this being the plan for Gukesh.
And I forgot to.
And now he moves the queen up in the center of the board. This is what we talked about. The dark squares. Ding has no control of the dark squares in this situation. The queen gets to one of these great placements in the middle of the board. Next up, the knight will jump forward. What both of these squares have in common is that they're being protected by the central white pawn. And it's just amazing piece placements. And then maybe long term, you want to get your rook involved as well. But one step at a time. First, we improve the positioning of the queen, then the knight, and then we'll start worrying about how the rooks should contribute as well.
Okay, the bar is down to slightly better for Gukesh.
Okay. I still very much like this for him. Ding's position is miserable.
Oh,
I need to change those colors. Trying to illustrate that the bishop marked in red is doing almost nothing, just protecting that pawn, crashing in its own pawn, crashing into its own rook. And then the knight is going to have an amazing placement where it's in an attacking position. I didn't do the final arrow that it will then be attacking that pawn, a weakness in Ding's position.
And
Wow.
Gukesh honestly isn't really looking to win any pawns here. He just wants to have that knight be placed inside the opponent's half. Just have it for the annoyance factor. Gukesh is just gonna improve his pieces for every move here.
Whoa.
and Ding is down to 17 minutes on his clock, and he's still...
Gukesh's position, it plays itself. Like even I could beat Ding from this position.
Really?
No, I mean not 100%, but it's like.
Are you saying hammer time?
No, I'm not saying hammer. I'm not saying it's 100%, but I'm saying like even I could have a good chance. Okay, a good chance of beating Ding here, because all of White's moves are just so obvious. I can tell you the next 10 moves, basically.
Okay, do that. I'm interested in hearing it because I need to be writing these moves.
Okay. Well, I think first off, I'm going to move this knight forward. And this will attack the rook, so the rook will have to move. And then I'm going to move this rook up. just through the center of the board. Maybe I'll attack towards the black king and queen. Maybe I will not, but I don't need to decide. I'm just flexible. Maybe I'll move the other rook over as well, just to have the triple threat down the center of the board. And I'll definitely play my pawn forward on the side at some point, partly to get the pawns forward, partly also because I want to get my king out of the direction of the queen. Yeah. Is that 10 moves? Thereabouts.
Okay,
This is going to be the general concept.
2 with the rook, that's 4. The pawn is 5. The king is 6. Yeah.
6, 10, it's basically the same thing.
Okay.
What I might be concerned about is if Ding suddenly starts advancing his pawns on the side of the board. But frankly, I don't think this will do anything other than expose his pawns to new openings for me to get my rook involved. I think the only thing Ding really can do is he needs to move his rook to kick the queen out pretty early on. But I'm not even sure how he's going to accomplish that. White's position plays itself.
I'm posting
That
that in
is
the app.
very important when they're getting low on time.
I'm quoting you on that, Jon Ludvig, in the app.
Well, place itself is a weird quote, right? Because it's a very
I
chess
elaborated a
terminology.
little bit after you
Yeah.
said that. I wrote that the next moves for White were natural. Oh, and Ding starts by solidifying his pawn.
Yeah, well, actually, that pawn was under attack.
Yeah.
That was part of the reason why Gukesh moved the queen forward first, because then he's attacking the black pawn, forcing Ding to react to the attack, and then he can move the knight forward.
Okay.
I'm not expecting Gukesh to spend a lot of time here.
Well, it's
Moving the knight forward makes a ton of sense.
how close is he right now? Young Gukesh sitting here behind the white pieces in Singapore at 18 years old. How close is he right now to becoming world champion?
I mean, if he wins this one, that would be a huge step towards it.
And it sounds like it's a golden opportunity from a human perspective. Easy to play.
I think it's a great opportunity here. He's got a fantastic position.
And look at the clocks as well.
Yeah, exactly,
nervous.
right?
I need to notify people soon that there's going to be a time scramble. What? How much
Well,
time?
you need to notify people that the Ding might just lose this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
Ding's
let's
in trouble.
let's send
That's
out
a very
those
catchy
push
notification. Ding might just lose.
Yeah, but you can focus it on Gukesh.
Yeah, let's do that instead.
Gukesh in great position, or a great position to win the game.
Centralizing his pieces. Their
Gukesh.
plan moving forward. Time advantage.
I need something more catchy than this. Gukesh is
Gukesh is better.
Going for the
Ding
win.
in time trouble. I don't know.
yeah.
Interesting. Gukesh is now thinking about move 27. He still has more than 25 minutes on his clock. Ding is in a worse position on the board according to Jon Ludvig and according to the bar. Even if it's only slightly better for Gukesh, he is much better on the clock. And from a human perspective, more than slightly better.
It's always fun to see how many the push notification gets sent out to, because people have to have enabled it, of course.
Oh, that's true.
But it goes up every single day. So that's a nice little way to see.
Yeah. And another cool thing, you guys, in the Take app is player profiles, right? You can highlight your favorite players. And I'm now going to check. So Magnus has been the most highlighted player so far. I guess no surprise. He has 125,000 followers. So that's how many people will get notified when Magnus is playing a game in the app. And then Hikaru Nakamura, 94,000 followers. And then let's see. Gukesh, 61,000 followers. And Ding Liren, 38,000 followers. So there are more people following Gukesh in the app than Ding. And I guess that's not a huge surprise Because chess is bigger in India than it is in China.
And I guess all those people just got that notification then.
They should have.
All
went
of
with that.
those followers were just told. I'm sorry to the Ding followers for that notification, but I just let you know that he's struggling is the way I worded
Struggling
it.
it. Well, that also means he needs the support from the world, from his followers. He needs some good energy sent his way. Who are you guys rooting for? Are you rooting for Ding? Are you rooting for Gukesh? Or are you neutral?
Personally, I'm trying to think, what should I be rooting for as a person who's like interested in the match being as exciting as possible?
Yeah, I know. It's very difficult to say, right?
In a way, I want to see the rapid tie breaks. I think that's going to be so interesting to watch. So in that sense, I'm rooting for 7-7 after 14 games. And I'm wondering, if I want 7-7, do I want Gukesh to win here? And then bring out Ding to win another game in a must-win situation? I
Yeah.
mean, that would be perfect. But do I trust Ding to win that final game? I don't know.
I feel like a Gukesh win here would be the coolest.
I mean, it's definitely the coolest if we also get the tie breaks. That's what I'm hoping for.
Yeah, but you also get Ding
Yeah.
in a must-win
You do get a very
with the
interesting
white
last
piece.
game.
How if Gukesh wins this, how difficult or easy is it then for Ding? No, sorry, for Gukesh tomorrow with the black pieces to go into that very drawish, very hard to win. Is that with the black pieces very difficult?
Well, he tried
Yesterday.
in game 12.
Or
And he wasn't successful, right?
Didn't manage. So it's not something you can just do. Just decide to do, but you know, if he wins another one, it's also about dealing with the setback.
Yeah.
Managing to strike back after a loss with a win would be huge.
Yeah.
But he's still gotta get the. He still has to win this, and frankly, the more he's thinking, the less confident I am that he is gonna win, because part of my assessment being so optimistic on Gukesh's behalf, it was based on the fact that he could use his time advantage to squeeze Ding and play quickly while Ding had to deal with so many threats at the same time. And now, especially if Gukesh ends up moving his knight into the middle of the board, it's like you could have made that move in 30 seconds.
Yeah.
And instead, if you use 10 minutes on it, you lose so much of your time advantage and end up doing the same thing after all.
Todd saying in the chat, Maud just doesn't want to go back to a regular job, so she wants the tie breaks.
True.
Hope your boss isn't listening in here. Thank
No,
you
but I
for
mean-
lending Maud to us here and take.
I mean, the tie breaks is always really exciting. I know that some people think that, it shouldn't be settled in rapid chess because this is the kind of the classical world championship. But I just feel like this is the world championship. So we don't care like what kind of formats they're going to use. I want to know who the best player is. And if we couldn't figure it out in classical, I think we should figure it out in a different way.
I would argue they had 14 chances
Yeah,
in classical to show who the better player is.
I agree.
So I don't have a problem with deciding it in quicker time controls at all, because we tried deciding it in classical games, and the players were just too equal. That's how it goes.
Well, that remains to be seen, though. Maybe.
Well,
Gukesh is
yeah.
doing This. Oh, okay.
Wow, very very controversial move
What
by Gukesh.
what did he do? What did he do?
He pushed the pawn forward in the center of the board.
We did not talk about this.
He's opening up the position. In chess, when we talk about opening the position, we mean that you remove pawns from the board, which gives more diagonals and files and stuff like that to the pieces. This move makes no strategic sense whatsoever. The thing that Gukesh had going for him was that he had great control of the
And
dark
Ding takes
squares.
with his queen.
He had great
Sorry.
control of the dark squares on the board. But with this move, he's trading off one of the pawns that was standing in the way of Ding's bishop. So this is kind of the knockout blow. Either this is a knockout or it just makes Ding's defensive plan way, way easier. Because notice now, this has opened up for the black rook through the center. It has opened up for the bishop to get into the game. Ding's pieces are just way better placed now as a result of getting rid of one of the pawns that were kind of blocking many of the pieces' path. But Gukesh is saying, yeah, this is strategically idiotic, but what if I just have attacks on your pieces that you cannot defend against? Then I win. So I'm trying to figure out what the different ideas are. If the king moves into the corner of the board, I'm going to say this king is lacking breathing space. And I can easily think that there is some kind of method for Gukesh where the fact that something coming down on the bottom rank and attacking the king from the side, even though it's not that effective just in this occasion, it feels like at some point that's going to be a massive issue. So king to the corner feels extremely risky. And now Maud is hiding her
don't look at my
to make
screen.
sure that I don't accidentally see the recommended moves.
Because there's a huge difference in this choice, and I don't want to give any spoilers too.
Well, then don't put it on your screen.
No, I didn't think you were looking in this direction.
I'm not.
Where else am I supposed to be sitting?
Just don't check the engine then.
I was so interested in seeing it.
Yeah, no, me too.
And I need to be writing the comments. And I have to say, there's one move that will increase the probability of a draw to over 80%.
Yeah, well,
And all the other moves don't do that.
What I'm seeing is that if the queen blocks by moving backwards, then the white queen can
queen
move
has
forward.
moved.
So I think you should move the queen into the middle, and that's what Ding did as well.
And that was not the 80% drawing move. It wasn't.
It was not.
No, it was the rook moving there, but that was so weird.
Yeah, the rook moving there was very strange.
That's why I was looking at it for such a long time. Okay, we need to keep up with the
Okay,
game.
so now the queen moved. The white queen keeps a placement on the dark squares. Ooh, is Gukesh trying to trade both his rooks for a queen? No. So the white queen now putting pressure on the black bishop, putting pressure on the black rook, and also getting ready to involve their own rook to give a check on the black king. So a lot of things happening at the same time now for Ding. There's also the knight wanting to push forward through the center of the board.
Looks scary.
Yeah, no, it looks very scary. I'm struggling to even figure out a single move.
Really?
And Maud once again is hiding her screen.
Don't look.
Just don't look at what the
But
chess
I'm so
engine is
interested
recommending if
in
you don't
watching.
want-
I want to see it.
What should we? Does it make sense to play hand and brain here, Maud? I mean, if you say the piece,
Yeah,
will
you
Jon
can.
Ludvig
All
struggle?
of the best moves are with the same piece, so we can see how easy it is for Jon Ludvig to mess up.
Okay, so Jon Ludvig.
Well, then obviously it's going to be a rook.
So
Yeah,
a rook
so-
is the suggested piece. What do you think is the top rook move according to computer?
See, he's struggling.
Well, there's like a gazillion different rook moves, though. Actually, maybe there's not. Maybe there's just 1 and 2.
Because you have to defend the bishop, and you have to defend...
Yeah, no, I have to go rook back. I think I have to defend against this white rook coming in, checking the king.
I'm now deleting all of my comments that I prepared for those 10 moves you were claiming were going to happen, Jon Ludvig.
Yeah.
Not to make fun of you, but those comments were completely wasted.
Yeah,
Well-
no, but it
I'll never see the light of day.
I hadn't necessarily seen that many of Gukesh's games coming into this World Championship because my job is very focused on Magnus and Magnus playing. But Magnus saying that Gukesh, that his instincts are very strange. And that he's he wants to go for the kill rather than the positional squeeze.
And he makes the top computer move, Gukesh.
That was also Ding, yes.
Yeah, sorry, Ding. I'm getting confused with white and black.
Yeah, me too, always.
Ding
So the
makes
rook had
top
to go
computer
back, I think, because he needed to protect against the check. And now there's this very interesting move with the white rook one step to the side. And traditional chess thinking has been that 2 rooks are more valuable than a queen. But in the last, I want to say 3-4 years, we've really challenged that assessment. And we've found a lot of situations where, in fact, the rooks are not as valuable as the queen. And I'm wondering if this is one of those scenarios. If the rook comes in to attack the queen in the center of the board, the queen needs to take out these white rooks in order to lessen their pressure on the game. But then after rook takes queen, rook takes rook, king moves up to attack the rook, while at the same time the queen is attacking the bishop. So the rook has to go back. And this is an incredibly interesting position because black has the 2 rooks, but sometimes it's very difficult to coordinate the rooks to do what you want them to do. And here, I guess in particular, the lack of control of the dark squares is enabling the knight to come jumping in to the heart of black's position. And all of these black pieces they're not fantastically placed because all of them can get under attack from the white knight. So from this circumstance, I don't actually see how Ding would defend against the knight coming in for the massive attack in multiple directions. And previously, like 10 years ago, we wouldn't even consider this kind of thing. We would be like, well, on principle, the 2 rooks are always better than the queen. But sometimes the queen attacks the king and we underestimate her value in that attack. And sometimes it's just about the knight being such a good piece and using the dark squares to attack. And Am I right in saying this is better for white? Winning for white, maybe even?
Winning for white. Well, then I'll have to ask you to define that
Yeah, exactly.
terminology because you are the one who says we should not have winning as like an evaluation on the board.
Massively better then. Okay, I'm checking the chess engine. It's recommending to sacrifice both of the rooks against the queen.
Wow.
And it's saying it's slightly better for white.
Okay.
This is a tremendously difficult assessment to make for Gukesh to give away 2 of his rooks for a queen. But I think with a knight coming in through the center of the board, initially this looks very nice for Gukesh. And then there must be some defense for Ding that I'm not realizing. Because otherwise this would be game over.
Huh. But so sacrificing his rooks.
Well, I say sacrificing because a lot of the kids these days are taught that the queen is worth 9 and 2 rooks are worth 10. But when I was a kid, we said that the queen was worth 10. Which is strange again, because I'm making the argument that we're underestimating the queen. But then at some point when I was a kid in chess, they started deciding, no, the queen is not worth 10. It's not the same as 2 rooks. We have to say the queen is worth 9. And now that assessment is being challenged again.
I sent out a push notification. I didn't consult you guys. I said that Gukesh can win a queen, but it will cost him 2 rooks. Will he risk it?
Love it.
And we will see. And also the time situation, like they have quite little time left to be making this kind of a difficult decision.
Oh, Ding is down to 8 minutes.
Yeah,
I
it's
didn't
crazy.
even realize.
Yeah. But we're so used to him having little time.
That's true.
Well, but also I swear I saw him have 14 minutes like 2 minutes ago.
Well, that's not possible,
Yeah.
but yeah.
Well, time trouble incoming, you guys. And this is difficult to play for both white and black now. A lot of calculation required for Gukesh. Is that what you're saying, Jon Ludvig?
Well, some of it is calculation and some of it is just assessing the situation. So I've cheated a bit and I've used the chess engine to figure out what was it I was not understanding. But with this rook attacking the queen, if the queen does give itself up, I was absolutely right that in the ensuing situation, it is highly dangerous with the knight coming in, ready to attack the rook, the bishop, and the knight, and the other rook from
does it! Oh.
amazing
Wow.
positioning.
He does it.
Moves his rook.
And in this situation, if we get here, there's only one saving move for Ding. And I still haven't figured out why that is a saving move, but that's going to be my next mission. Once we figure out whether he goes for the trade.
What's happening?
He doesn't.
He didn't find that one move. So Ding analyzed. He saw this position. He saw that if I go for the trade between give up my queen, I will land in this situation, and this seems ridiculously dangerous for me. Maybe he didn't even see the saving move here. Which
Massively better now for Gukesh. Did we just see a blunder?
It must have been a mistake at least. Is it a blunder? Jon Ludvig, quickly, call the shots here.
I don't think so, because it seemed so risky to give up the queen.
I'm at least putting up a mistake here, because according to the bar, young Gukesh is now in, okay, much better. When we came back from the mistake, it said massively better before. Much better, but still.
Yeah, no, it was
advantage
just,
according to the bar.
there was a very narrow path that Ding could just survive in the beginning of that whole analysis with queen captures rook.
And here comes the knight.
So I think Ding just didn't see that saving move, which I still didn't understand why it was a saving move. We didn't get that far in our analysis.
Oh, and look at Ding now.
Ding. He's panicking. Oh no.
There's something he hadn't seen.
Yep.
That was a crazy reaction. And that was giving away so much as well to his opponent.
The knight comes in through the center of the board. This is a mistake from Gukesh, according to the eval bar.
Oh, look at that.
If you're going to make that
I
kind
didn't
of
even
assessment,
notice.
Kaja.
Didn't notice.
If Ding's previous one was a mistake, then this one certainly is from Gukesh.
Okay.
But Gukesh then is trying to get his knight into the center of the board. He wants to have the knight attacking the rook, attacking the bishop, attacking the other rook, attacking the queen. He wants the knight to attack everything. It looks very powerful. And Ding's response is very clear in that there is a move that he has missed. That he had a plan against this, and he has now realized that the plan he had does not work. So even though the chess engines say slightly better, based on Ding's reaction and the fact that he's down to 6 minutes, this still seems like a very, very promising opportunity for Gukesh. Let's take a look at some of the possible ways for Ding to try and trade
6
queens.
minutes now to make 10 moves for Ding.
So Ding can try to move his queen one step to the side to try and put the queens up against one another. But this doesn't really do anything to stop the knight from continuing where it wants to go. So let's take that one off the analysis
Board.
Yeah. If the queen tries to move next to the white queen and trade like this, now there's a problem of the knight sacrificing itself, saying a check on the black king, allowing the knight to be captured. But since the knight moved, we've opened up through the center of the board, allowing the white rook to capture blacks and continue the attack against the king.
Wow. And 5 minutes left now for Ding. He has to reach move 41. 10 minutes. He has 30 seconds per move now.
And there is only one move in this position that keeps the equality. And it was, from what I saw, Jon Ludvig, not the move you just suggested. And it's crazy.
No, both the moves I'm going through is just the moves that lose for Ding.
Yeah, exactly.
And also, if Ding tries... So what we've seen here is the part of the problem is that this rook in the middle for Ding may be unprotected. But if Ding tries to move the rook out of the way, the knight comes in, attacks the queen, attacks the rook, and when the queen moves away...
And he moves.
But Ding does find this one move, the only move that kept the position together. If he had done anything else, he would have lost instantly. There is some kind of variation on your board, Jon Ludvig. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, okay, so if the knight now moves in, the rook... So even though the knight now attacks both the queen and the rook, instead of saving the queen, Ding can move his rook to counterattack the white queen, allowing his own queen to be captured as long as he knows he can capture the opponent's queen right thereafter.
So Ding, right now, in time trouble. Looks like he is saving the game, but who knows what's going to happen. Gukesh is in the move. He has 12 minutes to make 9 moves.
Oh my goodness. I can see how like nervous and stressed they are. And it's really stressing me out as well.
Yeah. This is game 13, you guys, in the World Chess Championship match. They are tied. Will we see a winner in this game? Can Ding win this game, or is it only Gukesh that can win it?
I would say it's only Gukesh. While it's really opened up for Ding's bishop, I don't really see that bishop doing much in comparison with the white knight that is currently on its way into Ding's half of the board.
Okay, and we are now waiting for Gukesh to make his move number 32. And will that be the knight move? Is there anything else?
Well, the knight move now seems like it's not working. The knight move was the obvious idea that Gukesh was leaning on, but it turns out it's less effective than anticipated. Wow, all the way back to balanced.
All the way back to it said massively better 1 move ago.
Yeah, both of these players really need to start using less time in the opening, because they are making a lot of mistakes in this area around move 30.
Mm-hmm. Yep. 10 minutes to go for Gukesh. Ooh, we have is that 2 emojis?
I'm not on my screen. It's only 1, but I think this is like the newer emojis that have. I don't know. It was supposed to be like an emoji that was like few.
Yeah. Oh,
you know, like
I got it.
Just narrowly escaped that, because that would any other move would have given Gukesh an advantage of more than 3. So that would just be instantly losing.
Yeah.
And I was trying to make Ding's king, as I felt like that's the piece that can represent him himself. And he was going to be like, phew, I managed to find that move.
And instead it looks a little bit like there's
a cloud.
An explosion out of the ear of the emoji.
I'm going to try to find something else.
But you guys here hanging out with us in the Take studio, you know the emoji is saying, whew, I survived. But
Well, it's a bit early to
Yeah,
say
he's still
you
in shock.
survived just yet.
okay,
He's
still
going to
in
be
shock.
just scared.
He's still scared. Gukesh has ticked under 10 minutes on his clock. He needs to make 9 more moves. He needs to reach move 41 before he gets more time on his clock.
And now we see the problem with Gukesh's idea of pushing the pawn forward in the middle of the board. When Gukesh pushed forward, he was committing himself to winning the game within a couple of moves. And now that it looks like Ding is escaping the most immediate threats, the fact that Black no longer has a pawn in the middle, this pawn in the middle was blocking the bishop's ability of ever getting into the game. Whereas since Gukesh voluntarily traded that off, now the bishop could easily get involved. That's why the pawn push was an all or nothing move. He could have gone for the maneuvering. He chose to go for the direct kill. And frankly, it was probably a good choice from Gukesh. It's not the traditional choice, but he got great squares for his pieces, and he maneuvered his knight into a dangerous position. He did get a situation there with a massive advantage, and then he missed this rook move. That was his problem. When Gukesh played his knight forward, that was a mistake. That went from a massively better position to the balanced one we have right now.
Oh, and
he
we're
moves it.
getting the fork.
Yeah.
But the thing is, he missed this move that Ding just made. Gukesh thought, I will move my knight in. I will attack the queen. I will attack the rook. I will win one of them. But Ding finds this great move. Rook counterattacks queen, so that now if the black knight captures if the white knight captures Ding's queen, then we'll avenge that right afterwards. Gukesh moves his queen into the middle of the board. There's still an attack from the knight on the queen. The queen doesn't have that many squares
He
to
moves
go
his queen.
to. The queen goes one step forward. You could have gone 3 steps as well, but 1 step forward. Risky from Ding, in my opinion.
Ooh, risky. Why is it risky?
Well, because it creates an opportunity for Gukesh to use the queen, give a check on the king, force the king into the corner, and now the knight can attack both the queen and the rook once again.
Okay.
So
Any chance
the
we will
reason
see
I
a
say
queen
it's
trade?
risky is because you still maintain these potential forks.
And he moves.
But the idea here is that if the knight moves forward to attack both the queen and the rook, the queen can move over and actually put a check on white's king, and once again saving himself from one of these knight attacks. So the queen check and the king hiding in the corner did happen. And
Gukesh did not want to do the queen trade. Correct.
He wants to keep pressuring.
He wants to keep the queens on the board.
yeah,
He wants to get Ding to mess up here while he is low on time, but Gukesh is low on time himself.
Yeah.
He can
and
also...
what I said about this Gukesh not being able to lose here, I'm taking that back. This is a very double-edged position. Definitely a lot more comfortable being Gukesh, but there is room for making mistakes here.
Okay. Rooms for making mistakes, you guys. They have so little time on the clock to reach move 41.
What about pushing the pawn? No.
Oh,
Ding just wants to trade. Ding could have tried pushing the pawn forward. I thought that was interesting. But it does ignore kind of the mass movement of white's pieces in the center of the board. Ding, he says, I want to get rid of some of these attacking pieces.
and
Gukesh
trades are
moves his
happening.
rook to defend the rook that was under attack. So Gukesh manages to keep his rook in the center of the board.
Trades have been happening. Are we getting closer to a draw? It says balanced on the bar.
Yeah, pawn forward in front of the king. Good move from Ding. creating some space for the king to move into.
Gukesh in the move. 38 move is what he's made. He needs to make 3 more moves before he gets more time. He has almost 6 minutes on the clock. Is time trouble now off the table, or is it difficult to find the right moves now?
No, I think it's not a major issue, although this is an interesting one. Good move here from Gukesh, utilizing his control of the dark squares. He puts all his pieces on dark squares. And now Gukesh is threatening to move his knight forward, which would attack the queen, put pressure on the rook, and put pressure on the bishop all at the same time. Also, he's threatening to just capture the bishop, now that I think about it. So the bishop is under attack. The bishop needs to move. That simplifies Ding's task. Ding just moves the bishop 1 step forward. Gukesh then jumps with his knight back, attack against the queen. Still very awkward position for Ding, but Ding is helped out by the fact that all of his moves are kind of moves he has to make because he doesn't have good alternatives. And now Ding moves his queen so that the queen can start giving checks against the white king. So Gukesh has tried his best to create trouble for Ding while Ding was struggling with the coordination of his pieces. But Ding is now able to move his queen into enemy territory for the first time in this game. And suddenly Gukesh needs to take into consideration troubles that could be facing his king.
Mm-hmm.
And now they only have to make 1 more move each, which we can assume they will manage without any big problems. So they've survived the worst part of this time trouble for now. But could this be a long game, you think, Jon Ludvig?
Unlikely to be a long game, I would say. It just feels like if Ding solves his problems, then Gukesh is the one who kind of has to pull the emergency brake, to use a Magnus Carlsen expression. Though he used it in Norwegian. It sounds a lot sillier in English somehow.
Ding played so fast. Both of them played really fast the last couple of moves. But as you said, he had to kind of just react to the threats immediately, and he was able to do that quickly. So I think it was a good try by Gukesh to kind of trip Ding up here in the time trouble, because he has seen that happen before.
Yeah, but Ding managed to find all the correct moves, and suddenly now there's some unpleasantness facing Gukesh.
Okay. Interesting. Top computer move is a queen move. Does that surprise you?
No, it doesn't, but it definitely isn't what Gukesh is looking for, I think. So queen back in the middle of the board, that feels very, very necessary. The queen in the middle facilitates the rook coming in and creating a checkmate threat against the black king afterwards.
Wait, he doesn't do that.
He moves the rook forward first. Highly committal move.
What? Why is it committal?
Because he's sacrificing a pawn, and that pawn can be captured with a check.
Oh, gosh.
So now Ding can win a pawn, and he only has 2 minutes to consider this. Ding can move his queen in, check against the king. The king has to move forward. The queen can capture a pawn while still saying check against the king. The king would then move further up the board. But now there's a problem for Ding, that the rook and the bishop are both unprotected. The bishop is under attack, but there's also some ideas of the rook moving away, opening up for the queen to attack the rook. Very bravely played here by Gukesh. He knows that Ding has very little time for this important decision, and he's trying to give Ding a very difficult calculation.
Ooh. He only has to make 1 more move, Ding Liren, before he gets 30 minutes on the clock, but he only has 1 minute and 50
I think
seconds
Ding is
to
just
find that
going to move his bishop up. I think Ding, realizing I'm low on time, there's some trickery going on here. I don't want to fall for Gukesh's trickery. He would not offer me a pawn like that, if it was good, I think maybe just keep the queen where it is, because the queen could protect the rook in some situations, and just move the bishop to attack the knight.
Oh, and last time Ding had like this 40th move to make. He waited until he had like 7 seconds left, and then oh, thank goodness he makes a move. I was worried he was going to lose on
He
time.
didn't go for the pawn. I have no idea whether he correctly calculated the consequences or whether he just trusted that Gukesh was correct and that the pawn, grabbing the pawn, was difficult to do. And yeah, this is remains balanced. The bishop move was not a mistake. Ding has survived the time scramble despite being under massive pressure, both on the board and on the clock. And now with the black bishop, presumably able to trade with the white knight on the next move, this game is very likely to end up in a draw. The only thing we need to consider is what happens after the white queen gets into the middle of the board. The queen will then work together with the rook, threatening checkmate, which is rather serious.
I would say.
And
little bit of
then
an
I guess
issue.
maybe just move the rook over to protect. Very passive move. Moving the rook to protect a pawn in front of the king. But on the other hand, if you can manage to trade the bishop for the knight on the next move, that's going to take care of a lot of the troubles Ding is facing. Ding is definitely still the one under pressure, but he now will have 30 minutes to figure out the situation.
Both players have left the board after an intense period of time leading up to move 40. They needed to do, I don't know, need to go to their private spaces, rest a little bit, go to the toilet maybe, have some food, have some water, get ready for the next couple of moves. They both now have an additional 30 minutes on the clock. It's Gukesh's clock ticking right now. When he makes a move, he will get 30 seconds increment for the rest of the game after every single move. But
Gukesh only has one sensible move here, and after that, Ding only has one sensible reply. So we could get the next two moves pretty quickly.
And is it hammer time? Do you feel quite certain it's going to be a draw now, or could
Not
stuff...
just yet.
Nice. And if someone's going to fight for a win, who's that going to be? Both?
No, it's gonna have to be Gukesh fighting for the win, because his pieces are just much more aggressively placed than Black's. In particular, the rooks, and this is going to become even more obvious after the next two moves, where the black rook has to go into defensive mode.
Gukesh is coming back. A sip of water. No water bottles sponsors in this World Championship match. They have clear bottles. He's going to write down the move that Ding did. And then we're going to see if he makes a move immediately. No. He sits down and he thinks. And what are the options he is looking at then, Jon Ludvig?
I don't really see there being a lot of options.
So the top computer move.
He needs to make a threat.
And the top computer move that you talked about, moving the queen back, is that a threat?
Yeah, that is threatening checkmate.
Is that the
in one
most
move.
ambitious move he can make?
Sorry?
Is that the most ambitious move he can make in this position?
No, probably not. Ambitious.
I'm posting a picture of everyone having left the board,
Yeah.
the empty chairs, as both players have reached move 40 now and they get extra time. So that the people in our app know about that as well, in case they didn't know the regulations. Now they know that both players have gotten that extra time. Now we see that Gukesh, he is back, but it doesn't even look like he's thinking about the position. He kind of looks like he's just
Digesting
Yeah.
what happened in that time scramble.
He's reflecting.
And digesting some food he probably just had in his resting space. All right. Well, this was intense for quite some time. And then it has definitely calmed down.
I'm wondering if Gukesh knew at some point, like, that he was very close to winning,
I
because
know.
there was a moment where he could have made a better move, but he
It was the
instead-
knight move, wasn't it? That
Yeah, I'm trying to think which one was it. By playing through with the arrows in the app, I can see when the evaluation bar is changing.
he was massively better. And then I think he moved his knight.
Yes, absolutely. So that was the moment. We gave Ding a mistake, and then we gave Gukesh a mistake. They
Yeah.
both made mistakes in that situation. So it was obviously very hard to understand what the best moves were, because both of the players kind of missed it. So he could have done something else. It went from massively better to slightly better.
And here we are at balance. The bar is just right in the center. No advantage to be seen for either player. On the clock, Gukesh is now lower on time. 6 minutes now on move 41. We often, or if not often, we have seen, I remember from 2021 match with Magnus and Nepo, that it was around right after move 40, after the time scramble, that we saw some mistakes, especially then from Nepo. Do you agree on the that is a tendency maybe, or something that can happen because you calm down?
Carlsen Nepo match was basically decided in one game, game 6.
Yeah.
And
Longest
that
game
game,
in
of course,
history.
lasted for a very long time, into the hundreds of moves. And there definitely were some mistakes after they got additional time.
And look at Gukesh now. Do you think he has realized? Because I saw him looking down at his score sheet that maybe he missed a win at some point, or he blundered away.
He definitely feels like he had a huge advantage, and now he can't really see where that advantage is, which usually means you lost it.
We are waiting for his move. Gukesh thinking now for 7 minutes on move 41. Will he move his queen, his king, his pawn, his knight, his rook?
I'm going to ask my take app. Oh, yeah, it's very different directions with all of the moves.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a lot to consider here.
Muy difícil. All right.
Yeah, I'm not even sure how this game is going to continue for too much longer. I guess. I guess. Well, first of all, Gukesh is going to move his queen into the middle of the board. He would be then threatening checkmate, pointing towards the black king. The black rook would need to defend. This is actually the only acceptable move, which also then makes it very easy for Ding to make that move, since there are literally no other options. And now the white king actually ends up getting under attack, because the black queen is ready to start giving checks against the king. And you cannot avoid the trade between the black bishop and the white knight, because if the knight moves away, then the black queen can capture white's queen. Which means that the knight that was creating such a big problem for Ding, he's free to capture that whenever he pleases. In addition to the queen getting in and giving checks. And if Gukesh here plays his pawn one step forward on the side of the board to create some space to hide with his king, the black queen can just give checks on the king and continue giving checks, because moving the knight back to block the check on the king would once again expose the queens against one another through the center. So it's just really difficult for Gukesh to avoid his king getting into some trouble. And probably Gukesh will have to move his king into the middle. But then that doesn't feel great either, does it?
We did get the queen to the center move, as you said, Jon Ludvig, and Ding responded instantly, sending his rook to stand next to his king and defend that checkmate threat.
Yeah, Ding didn't have much choice. An easy move for him to make. Gukesh now has to figure out whether he can avoid the checks from the black queen, and as far as I can tell, he cannot avoid the checks. I think the game is going to end here.
Oh, wow. I received a YouTube comment that tipped me off that I should review the comment I had written, because I had written that both players had reached 40 moves, and they got extra time. They are therefore going to the bathroom and eating. And then I was getting a question about why they were eating in the bathroom. So I'm at least happy that means that people are looking at the comments in the app, because it seemed like I was saying they were going to the bathroom to eat in there.
Okay.
I fixed it now. Yeah, see, the fact that you were confused by it too means that it wasn't that weird that I wrote it in that way. But yeah, Ding defends his checkmate. Can you imagine if he had blundered that on move 41?
I don't think that was ever going to happen.
And now I've caught up to the moves. And you think now that Ding is threatening a perpetual check? Or how do you think it's going to be a draw?
He's not he's not threatening a lot of checks. It's just that...
Where's the draw? How is there going to be a draw?
Well, tell me what Gukesh is going to play, and I'll tell you how it's going to be a draw. Gukesh doesn't have any good moves. He maximized the positioning of his queen. He maximized the positioning of his rook, and his knight cannot move without losing the queen. He cannot move his king because then he loses a pawn on the side of the board. So what is Gukesh supposed to do here?
Go after the pawns? Is that crazy?
So if you move the rook over to the side, which I think makes the most sense based on what we just said, then here bishop takes knight is actually probably a winning position for Ding. Because Gukesh needs to have his rook defending in the middle, because if this trade happens after the rook has gone off to the side of the board, now if pawn captures bishop, the queen comes in, check on the king, king moves up, but now the rook doesn't have to defend against the checkmate, because it's more important that the rook will be involved in a checkmate against the white king instead. Okay, actually, maybe this is not a checkmate. I just assumed it was going to be a checkmate because the king was moving up the board. But you definitely don't want your king to move over here and be very, very dangerously placed. And if instead you use the queen, so if we go back to this situation where we said what can Gukesh do to improve his position? He can try and capture pawns. Well, if bishop takes knight and then queen takes back, then the queen abandons the protection of the pawn, allowing the black queen to come in and capture a pawn on the side of the board and actually capture another pawn, like 2 pawns, to win the game. So because of this analysis, Gukesh doesn't really have a lot he can do here. His rook needs to help defend the knight. The knight cannot move. The queen is optimally placed because it's protecting the pawn. And he cannot move his king into the middle because then he loses a pawn on the side. Well, actually, he cannot move the king into the middle because then he loses his rook, now that I think about it. So maybe he can move the queen back, but this is like the only move that Gukesh has. Okay, he moves the pawn one step forward on the side. And now there is a potential for an immediate draw.
Oh.
Queen in here, king up, queen back, king back. So this could be a draw. If Gukesh wants to go for the win, he needs to play his king forward into the middle.
But then why did he make that move in his previous move? If not to go there with his king.
Because he just didn't have... He literally didn't have a lot of moves.
Okay.
But Ding doesn't have a lot of moves either. Because it's kind of mutual situation that they both cannot move the pieces how they want to move them. And now if Ding moves the queen in, he's afraid that he's then just giving a check, forcing the king into a better position. Whereas if the king had gone up here, then there would be a check on the king and attacking the rook. So Gukesh wants to go with his king up, but he needs Ding to move the queen away before he can do that.
Okay.
So I'm thinking queen check, king up, queen check, king up. And then I'm assuming this is a draw somehow. Reasonably easily. But assumptions like these are how you get yourself into trouble at times. Yeah, actually, this is a good positioning for Gukesh's king.
Yeah, and I've just checked with our Take app, and going for that check is not one of the recommended moves. Not one of the top 3 recommended moves.
Yeah, well, to explain it, I think with the king up here, now whenever the bishop captures the knight, I think it's fair to capture back with the pawn. Because you need to have a pawn that has a clear path to move forward and try and become a new queen if you're going to win this game.
But Ding does go for the check, even though that wasn't recommended. Ding goes for that check.
I feel like that seems reasonable.
It was not.
And now either Gukesh goes for the immediate draw or he moves the king into the middle of the board. Knowing Gukesh as we do from this match, I assume he's not going to go for the draw and he's going to go for the win.
Let's see. Gukesh
So
back by the
king
board.
into the middle, going for the win. King to the side is a draw.
That's very nice. 2 options. We can see that on the top 3 computer moves as well. Ooh.
And he goes for the win.
All right. He goes for the win, Gukesh. He sees something in here. Some ambition. What is it?
Well, I don't see it. I do think Ding should capture the knight in the middle now. The timing of when you capture the knight matters, and I think this is the correct time. Because you want to do it at a moment where the opponent cannot capture back with the pawn, because then the rook can get involved while saying check on the king. So if Ding captures the knight now, there's only one move for Gukesh, and that is using his rook.
And he does take the
back.
knight now. He does take the knight.
So the rook has to take back, and now there's no longer the threat of checkmate. But now I'm not sure what Ding is going to do, because I was thinking about this move, pushing the pawn forward on the side of the board. This makes sense to me. I want to... Ding is still the one trying to defend. Ding's king and rook are a bit cramped on the side of the board. So I think it makes sense for Ding to both try and trade off more pawns. The more pawn trades, the better. And also you want you want to trade queens if possible. So pushing this pawn forward is sacrificing a pawn. This pawn can be taken by the queen. But if this happens, Ding would manage to trade the queens, but also with the queens being traded off, his rook no longer has to be in defense, and he can move the rook into an attacking position. And actually, now that I think about it, this is just an instant draw. Even though Ding is down a pawn, all of these pawns are going to get traded off. And there's just going to be pawns on one side of the board. So this is an easy draw for Ding. If Gukesh wants to go for the queen trade, which is why I think if Ding now pushes the pawn, Gukesh will have to take with the pawn. And
Did he do
Ding
that?
has
Yes.
gone for this move.
Yep.
So Gukesh is going to have to take with a pawn because he needs to preserve the queens still on the board. But in taking with a pawn, he also allows the black queen to capture one of white's pawns. After which, Ding has successfully traded pawns.
Because losing the queens would mean it's even more draws, or it could be losing for him.
No, if the queens got traded off, Gukesh would have an extra pawn, but the rook endgame would be a draw.
Okay.
Because we would end up with all the pawns on the same side of the board. Whereas if he wants to go for the win, he needs to keep the powerful queen in the center of the board. But this would allow the black queen to capture one of white's pawns, so white wouldn't even be up a pawn here. And it would also loosen up the potential of attacking the white pawns later on.
Ding Liren, he looks chill and calm right now in his chair in Singapore. He is constantly looking at Gukesh, who is staring down at the board. Ding seems ready to agree on a draw in this game.
He didn't spend much time on these moves either. Like, I think Ding, once he reached move 40 and he went to take that break, he was thinking, I've got it.
Yeah, I made it.
I made it. Yeah, that was a better way of wording it. I made it.
survived my final game with the black pieces.
Yes.
Do you think he's going to try to win tomorrow with the white pieces?
I think he'll go for like a Ding win where he's like being really solid and making sure that he absolutely cannot lose. But he might put some pressure on Gukesh. The game that he won in game 12, I mean, like the evaluation graph of that game is just so beautiful because it's just like it starts at pretty much equal and then it just gradually, slowly increased. There was never like one big spike like there is in games played by people at a way lower level, including myself.
And hey, that you will often see in games, right?
Yeah.
You have a blunder and that happens.
But it was just a really slow, gradual increase until he was winning. And I think that he might do something similar if he does end up winning, but I don't think he's going to play like a risky game where it's all over the place. I don't think he would take that kind of chance, just knowing the Ding that we've seen in this match. And let's see, Gukesh does recapture with the pawn, so he does want to keep the game alive a little bit longer. But as Jon Ludvig said, then Ding wins his pawn back on the edge of the board.
And Ding is coming back, and then I guess we'll see that move immediately.
Yeah.
Let's see.
And then it will be Ding who has a pass pawn. Is that relevant?
No, it's kind of strange that Gukesh is playing on, but we've seen this previously in the match as well. He's really played on where most players would shake hands and agree to a draw.
But it hasn't been like a... I mean, he hasn't had a bad experience with doing that.
No.
So it's been
and
fine.
frankly, there's a very famous player who kind of revolutionized chess by doing just that, going for the win where most people thought, well, this is obviously going to end in a draw. And it's worked out well for Magnus Carlsen, and let's see how it works out for the next generation with Gukesh.
And Gukesh improves his king's position now, moving toward the middle of the board, which is kind of
Well,
risky.
it's away from the middle.
Yeah. Okay.
Well,
Up.
you
He's
could say both.
basically just getting closer
board.
to his pawns. Making sure that the black queen can no longer give a check on the king. So Gukesh really wanted to move his rook forward. This would threaten checkmate in one move.
Ooh.
Because if the rook could get over here on the other side, the rook cannot be captured due to the white queen pointing against the black king. The problem with moving the rook up here through the middle is that then the black queen would give a check on the king and attack the rook. So therefore, in order to keep the hopes of the rook moving forward alive, Gukesh moves his king away so that it cannot be checked by the black queen, and now he's trying to go for the rook up and checkmate.
The king looks like
Afterwards.
a father with 3 kids at an amusement park. He just needs to keep his 3 kids close, not run off to all the tempting stuff at the amusement park. Stick with me, kids. Could that be a plan for this father king? To just guide his kids
Yeah, no, he's not going further.
through life, to become the queens. His daughter.
Those pawns are not going to become queens. They're going to have to stick around and help their old aging dad.
Would be such a beautiful story, though. Oh.
I'm trying to use some emojis now to tell the story of the dad.
Do people not watching?
I'm
The stream,
expecting
that would be
Ding
very
to move his queen one step to the side, because the queen would then protect the square that the rook wants to use. So queen one step to the side, and that also clears the path for the pawn to push forward along the edge of the board.
Dad trying to keep the kids from getting lost in the grocery store. That's also a story for this king and the kid.
How are you writing your comments now to...
I'm writing that he improves his king's position. And
So are these
Keeps-
emojis mostly for the people watching the stream?
It must
maybe
be.
we should remove them, yeah.
Yeah. People not watching the stream.
It's also terrifying when Magnus and Levy are going through the recaps and then they see these emojis,
Yeah.
and I'm wondering if they're thinking, what is going on
What's
here?
happening here?
But now, oh no, I lost my chance to remove them. Maybe. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
I will fix that.
So Ding does go for the move I was recommending, taking control of an important square in the middle that the rook wanted to move to. Also getting ready to push the pawn up on the side of the board.
Is it hammer time yet?
Oh, for a long time ago,
haven't
but
seen
someone has taken our buttons.
Oh no! Well, I'll give you the hammer time. Do 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 do. Hammer time.
It's going to be a draw.
Oh, okay.
I guess what you could have clicked, Jon Ludvig, is the recap button here, which is used for the recaps, I guess. I've seen that Anish has made like these recaps during the middle of the game when he says like, it's over, it's going to be a draw.
Yeah.
Then he makes his recap like an hour before they're done. I thought that was pretty funny.
Has he gotten any of them wrong?
Nope.
It's been close though.
Yeah. One time he was considering to take his recap down, I think, but then he didn't after all. I mean, it's risky, but it's worked out for him.
All right. We are expecting game 13 to end in a draw. We've seen hammer time. Gukesh is thinking. He now makes his move. The rook comes up the board.
Sensible move. The rook and queen both point towards the black king. And in doing this, you restrict the options for the black rook. The black rook can now no longer move because it needs to defend against the potential checkmate. My plan here was to push the pawn up on the side of the board. But we do need to make sure that we don't lose this pawn in the meantime. And are we losing this pawn? There does seem to be a lot of white pieces now focused against the black pawn. And Ding would prefer not to having to trade his pawns over here for the white pawn. So we talked about earlier how if we get into a situation where there's nothing but the rooks and these pawns on one side of the board, then it's very obviously going to end in a draw. Here, this is what Gukesh is hoping is going to happen. That Ding will need to give up both of his pawns on the left side for the one white pawn over there. And then Gukesh would get a better situation than what we thought he could get earlier because of the queens still remaining on the board and the black king being a lot less safer than the white king, simply because there are fewer pawns to protect over there. But Ding does go for this. So Ding does push the pawn forward on the side of the board. Gukesh now going to play pretty much instantly. He's going to have to move his pawn to attack the black pawn. Notice how he needs to protect the pawn that's probably going to be the furthest behind. Because if he moves to attack the pawn on the side of the board, that pawn can just move forward and still be protected by its buddy. So you have to go for the one that cannot go further forward. And that is what Gukesh has done. And now, big question, whether Ding is just going to give up a pawn to get into an endgame where all the pawns are on the same side of the board.
Which would be a draw.
Would it?
Well, if he does it, I mean, that must be his claim.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Then maybe we'll have
It's
to do
a
that
lot
test
more
again.
uncomfortable for Ding with the queen still on the board.
Yeah. Yeah, because if that F pawn, the pawn of the children on the right side of the board that is most toward the middle, if that had just started marching up towards the king, that could be uncomfortable.
I don't think Ding has a lot of choice, actually. Because if Ding continues with his pawn on the side of the board, now moving the rook one step up
Threatens
is a
checkmate.
devastating threat. Because it threatens checkmate over here. In order for the king to prevent that, the king has to move one step forward. But then the queen steps back, check on the king. And now the queen and rook are both attacking the black pawn and is able to capture it.
Oh.
So no matter what Ding does now, he is going to lose a pawn. This pawn on b5, it is a lost cause. And then the question becomes, if you're going to lose it anyway, don't you want to get rid of the last remaining white pawn on that side of the board? And the answer is yes. Yes, you do. So Ding is going to move this pawn forward, and the pawn is going to be captured. And we're going to get something like this, with an extra white pawn on the side of the board, but all the pawns in the same area. This could be the longest game of the World Championship so far.
You think that Gukesh, he would push on for this, right? He would.
For sure.
Maybe that's why Ding is hesitating. Because I can see from our app that the recommended move here is not advancing that pawn and trading them off. Like, it's a lot of other moves.
Okay.
And one of them is advancing this pawn just further up. And
I don't like that.
I love when you say that in this, like, you often have like this reaction. I don't like that move. No. Why don't you like it? Because of that, what you just showed with
Yeah.
the threat?
So I guess if you push the pawn forward on the side of the board and the rook comes in to attack over here, I guess the only way you can justify this is by moving the rook over to counterattack a white pawn, allowing your
Oh,
own pawn to
gosh.
be captured.
That seems terrifying.
Yeah, no, this seems awful. This could get like really tense.
Oh, jeez.
Something like this?
And then the rook captures.
Yeah, but maybe you cannot play rook captures because even though white has 3 pawns, the black pawns are further.
Oh,
So
my
I think
gosh.
black's 2 pawn. This might be winning for Ding. Because you cannot avoid the queen trade. And the black pawns are pretty close to becoming new queens.
Oy. Well, at least we've shown that there is a way to lose this position.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, obviously, it's not going to happen, but there's just no need for Ding to get caught in this kind of trouble. Seems very unnecessary to me.
We're getting a comment that there's a chance for take.
Yes,
So that is important to know.
good point.
We need to be aware of that. Kaja, do you have your buttons ready for the take in case it happens?
100%.
Okay, good.
You
'Cause we
say it
don't have
and
them
I'm
here anymore,
clicking
so
it.
we're lost if that happens.
Jon Ludvig having some gingerbread cookies. They're really good, actually.
Yeah, they were really good. I even saw we got a comment like, "You're always eating these cookies,"
Yeah.
but it's hard not to eat them because they're very good.
Yeah. It's hard to stay healthy during World Chess Championship matches.
Do you know any tricks with those, Jon Ludvig? You know, like
Oh.
when you roll it up your arm and then you throw it into the air.
Do you
Also,
want
I
me-
shouldn't be asking you questions while you're eating. Maybe can you give it a try?
do you want me to do a circus trick?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Do you know how to do it?
Yeah. Okay. I'll go
Give
to this
me
camera.
that.
No.
She's gonna juggle.
Oh. Yes, while we wait, we can't hear what Kaja's saying. Whoa, that was pretty good, but I see that you have the potential to do even better. Oh no. Oh, okay, but we're getting somewhere. And now it's your turn, Jon Ludvig.
No, thank you. There was a guy in my class in elementary school. He went to clown school. I went to chess school. He went to clown school. I think he could juggle with 7.
Clown school.
Yeah, 7.
It's not the world famous Norwegian clown that won the British
No.
talent.
Viggo Venn?
Britain's Got Talent. Viggo Venn.
Yeah.
He's a professional clown. And now I am as well. But I'm a really bad clown. I
But
can only
maybe
juggle like 3
Viggo
times.
went to the same clown school.
Can I have one of the
knows?
boats?
The boats.
Thank you.
I feel that's a very
Oh yeah, that's
Norwegian
not
term.
what you say in English, maybe.
All right, where's Naki? Oh, we have a move on the board.
Ding tried to trade the queens. I didn't even realize that was an option. Yeah, if he could do that, that makes a lot of sense. I just thought here the trade of queens might actually favor white. Can we get the board, Kaja?
Of course.
I thought here the trade of queens might favor white because white would be able to capture one of the pawns without losing their pawn in return. But the thing is, if the rook comes in behind the black pawn, this black pawn actually becomes quite difficult to stop. And this was what Ding had calculated. And in doing so, he very slightly improves the positioning of his queen and forces the white queen away. Now, Gukesh is still attacking the black pawn. But now maybe push the...
Silence. Oh, we have
No,
two emojis again.
Yeah, this is just me messing up the emojis. No. I wanted the female version of the like the no emoji.
Oh, yeah.
Like this. But for some reason, you can only get a guy, and then afterwards, it's like, it's a woman, by the way. So we'll do something else.
Well,
we
you
had
can-
this problem with the surfers the other day as
Yeah,
well.
that's true. That's true.
This is also why I had a pregnant man earlier.
I saw so many comments.
I know. That was to
Pregnant
avoid
father.
this situation, and also because it was a dad.
Okay, I think I'm realizing Gukesh's idea. If Ding now pushes the pawn forward, trying to trade the pawns, then, well, Gukesh doesn't really have a choice. He has to agree to it in the first instance. But then, afterwards, he can maybe move his queen one step back. And this is an interesting distinction we need to make. If the queens get traded, but Gukesh has a clear path for his pawn forward, then he has chances to win. But if the queens get traded and the pawn is still standing together with the rest of the pawns, then it's definitely a draw. And the difference is just the fact that this pawn can advance forward without being interrupted by black pawns in its path. So it's not clear to me yet how Ding is going to avoid getting into this endgame with the rook and queen plus 3 pawns versus rook and queen and 2 pawns. Ding would really like for that endgame to be without the queens, but he's not figuring out how to do it.
And he has 13 minutes left. But now he's getting the 30 seconds, which is a big difference.
Ooh, actually, it's even worse than I was thinking. Because if Ding continues forward now with his pawn and takes, instead of moving the queen back immediately, after which Ding can choose not to trade, what if here the rook moves one step back, threatening that checkmate idea on the edge of the board? And then if the king moves up, the queen moving back is actually check on the king while attacking the black queen, forcing the trade. Forcing the trade between the queens. The black pawn is surrounded by the rook, so that one is getting captured. And here this would be an endgame with quite decent chances for Gukesh to make something happen. And so Ding is trying to avoid this. And the way he's avoiding it is trying to avoid that the rook attacks through the side at all. So Ding moves his queen back, which prevents the rook from attacking this pawn on the other side. But now what if the rook just captures the pawn? Ding is giving up a pawn here.
Okay.
Ah, no. Ding is giving up a pawn, and I still don't understand how he's justifying it. I guess pawn takes, rook takes pawn. He's just going to advance. And there are some situations here where Ding can get his rook over because now there's not the white rook pointing towards the... So basically, Ding is trying to lure the white rook away from pointing towards the black king, which in turn will allow him to activate his rook, and then Ding is going to use his rook to help him push the pawn on the side of the board as far forward as possible.
You don't regret your hammer time, do you?
Oh, no.
Okay.
It's
No,
just
I
that-
mean, if I had been played black here, maybe it would have been a big mistake. But I think Ding is defending this pretty well.
Okay.
He's found like a kind of creative way. If he is indeed like trying to force Gukesh, yes, you get to win a pawn, but then I'm going to send all of my pieces into better placements while you were taking that pawn. So it's a little bit of a scary way to play, but if it works, it works. And Ding seems pretty chill right now, like his body language and everything. He doesn't look like he's worried that this endgame is going to be very hard, I think.
It seems fine to me. Feels like he's got everything under control.
But they have also played for soon 5 hours, and that is the time when you start getting a little bit sloppy or tired. They haven't had that many games that have lasted this long, so I'm interested to see, will somebody make like a big mistake, not because they have little time, but because they've been playing for such a long time.
Is this the first game that's going to be 5 hours?
We had
was-
one long game.
Yeah, there was one long game.
Yeah, but how long was that?
Good question.
I can check.
I
What,
mean-
what game do you think that could have been? I don't remember what happened.
Feels like this match started years ago.
Yeah.
I don't remember. But I do remember it was one game that went pretty long.
Okay, it wasn't game 5. It was not game 6. Oh, game 6 lasted. No, that was just a summary was posted. So no, definitely not game 6. Ooh,
Yeah.
okay, it was game 7. Game 7 was the one that was 72 moves.
Yeah, because that was the one where, yeah, he had the advantage.
And then they played their last move after 5 hours and 21 minutes. That's the longest game.
Okay.
I would think this one is going to be a bit longer just because Gukesh, it's his final white game. And even though he knows against a good player, he's not going to manage to win this. He's going to try.
And
The
hey,
boy likes to play chess.
Yeah,
He
he
said
said
so
that.
himself.
your favorite quote from the match?
No, but it's such a good quote.
Yeah.
Why did you not make a draw with the black pieces? I just like to play chess.
But another point as well. Fatigue. They've been playing now 13 games after this one. It's been going on for quite a long time. Tomorrow is the final game in classical chess. And he's the younger one. To try to get Ding as low on energy, as tired as possible. To make him play
You
a
think
very
being
long
younger
game.
is always better?
In that sense, it must be, in terms of energy.
I don't know. I think
Recovery.
kids today, they have, their way.
Now I'm
I
ready.
know that
I'm ready to hear something now. Go ahead.
Well, I know that I feel like my sleep in the last 5 years has been completely ruined by this whole scrolling TikTok, YouTube shorts.
But they grew up with it, so they're used to it. They know how to handle it.
Yeah, but
They fall asleep while they're watching stuff. Don't worry
Ding
about
doesn't watch that stuff. He doesn't. He
That's
barely
true.
knows what a meme is.
But he's been talking about how he struggled sleeping. I don't think it's been an issue during the World Championship match, but that was one of the issues leading
Yeah.
up to the match, right?
And he said that he needed to have his coffee and that to be energized.
Yeah.
I know a lot of chess players, they don't touch coffee because they don't want to
Spike.
Yeah, they don't want
Yeah.
to be affected by this.
Were
kind of thing.
these chess players?
I know lots of chess players. You don't drink
You
that much
are
coffee.
one of them.
Well, I'm the only one.
No, you're not.
Magnus, I don't think I've ever heard him drink coffee.
No.
But he drinks other things, no?
Only if extra. I remember like Grenke chess many years ago when I still worked with you guys in TV2. He was playing Armageddon and went down to Armageddon, and then it was like a huge topic. He had a soda with sugar. And it was like top story in Norwegian news. Magnus Carlsen is drinking soda. He is drinking sugar. That's how dramatic the game is. That's how long it's been playing. So he doesn't drink a lot of, non-water stuff.
And there's also like a trend of like you shouldn't drink coffee the first hour you're awake because of some like optimize your morning routine trends in the world. I don't know. I thought that was just normal. I thought people thought.
Yeah, no, maybe you're right, but
I'm also shamed when I eat chocolate.
A lot of chess players drink a lot of.
When I eat chocolate during chess games, I've been told like I shouldn't do that either.
Yeah, I shouldn't, but it's tempting, isn't it?
Yeah, you need some energy sometimes.
I know.
But here I just saw Ding like run from his chair. I don't know what he was doing. I guess he's a little bit stressed for having 13 minutes left. And maybe he had to go to the bathroom again, and maybe he was going to go eat some food, and he was like, this is the last break I'm going to get this game.
Yeah.
So he ran.
Because they're not getting any more time now. They do get 30 seconds extra per move they make, but that's it. And the time limit for this World Championship is way lower than what it has been in the past.
He was just checking that there wasn't made a move, and then he went back again. Ding is stressfully chilling. He's like, I can chill for 2 more minutes. And then I have to go back.
Gukesh is in move 50. That's something to celebrate. 50th move anniversary. I don't know. Thinking for almost 9 minutes, actually, on this move. Is he desperately looking for... I wouldn't say desperately, maybe, but is he just really making sure there is no win for him here?
No, I think he's looking for ideas. I don't think he's given up. I think he might be wanting to play something unexpected, something Ding has not thought about. Okay, no, he goes for the draw. Okay. Queen takes pawn.
Sorry.
We are now going into... Wait. They're not going to trade queens. Of course, they're not going to trade queens because then Ding is unable to eliminate the last pawn. No, they are going to trade queens because he can push the pawn on the side. Yeah, so Gukesh was trying to avoid this situation, but he's now committed to it. He's allowing the queens to be traded off. And now after queen takes, rook takes, pawn forward, the white rook has to try and stop the pawn, but this will allow the black rook to capture white's pawn. And we're going to get into this situation where both players only have the rook and Ding doesn't trade the queens. What? I thought that was what Ding has spent all this time preparing, that he wanted to trade the queens. But instead he has captured the white pawn, and now his pawn on the side of the board is going to be taken out by the white rook. But that can be captured with the rook.
What?
Did Ding have the option to trade queens and not take it?
Or can he now go for like a perpetual check thingy? Maybe.
I don't think he has one. Maybe he can move the queen next to the white queen.
Oh.
Yeah, he can move the queens next to one another, and then he'll get the queen trade.
Okay.
It's very important for Ding to get the queens traded off now. He doesn't want to lose that pawn on the side of the board without also securing himself the trade between the queens.
Mm-hmm. All right.
I guess he could go with a check against the king. And then kind of try and hang out in this area with the queen to give more checks. Preparing to go with a queen check over here. or here.
Interesting. We will see then if Ding manages to get this draw, which will feel like a win for him.
Okay, you think it will, surviving today, basically?
He was definitely in big trouble. His position was very unpleasant, especially when Ding moved his knight back, allowing the white bishop to get in and trade itself off for the black knight. That was... he didn't do that on purpose. He simply had missed one of Gukesh's major ideas.
Oh, and we have that moment in the game now where one of the players is just looking out in the room. Looks like he's looking straight at us, Gukesh. And that often means the head is now going away from the game. And maybe he is now thinking about tomorrow. Tomorrow, you guys, game 14. It went all the way down to game 14 in the World Chess Championship match. They will be tied. When that one starts tomorrow, Ding will have the white pieces. And
I think Ding will be, given that he defends this, which I have all confidence that he will, I think Ding will be pretty peacefully inclined after all the drama. You know, he lost, he won, then he was losing but saved it. That's a lot of emotional stress.
Ding is going for checks, but he only had one.
Well, he only had one to begin with, but then I was thinking he could move the queen back. This is what we analyzed.
Yeah.
If he now moves the queen back, he can...
Oh, now he tries to go trade the queens.
Okay, that's strange. But...
what is Ding doing?
yeah, so there's going to be a trade between the queens. And then the rook will attack the pawn. And then Ding, because Ding forced the king back, he might have forced the king back so that he feels like he can push his pawn up on the side of the board. Because in general, you want to create a pawn formation like this, with the pawns protecting one another.
And the queens do come off the board, and Ding recaptures, and they're playing instantly here.
Oh, he's not moving the pawn up on the side. He's moving the rook over to the other side of the board.
So queen rook endgame is a draw. How is rook endgame?
No, queen and rook versus queen and rook was could manage to win.
Okay.
But the rooks should be impossible,
Okay.
even with the extra pawn like the one Gukesh has now. But it's going to take some time, and since both players are down to 12 minutes and not getting more time, it's very reasonable that Gukesh just tries to play this on for a little bit.
Why is that? So he has an extra pawn, Gukesh. The pawn in the F file there. Why is that not a big advantage? It's supported. It has an open file. Why is that not a big advantage?
It has to get to the other side. Like, the pawn in and of itself is not that valuable, but if it gets all the way to the other side, well, it can't right now.
Yeah, well, that's basically the issue. So this would be good chances for white to win. This, almost no chances to win.
Even if the other pawn follows it
And the difference is that if this pawn tries to advance, it gets captured.
Yeah, but if one of the other pawns or the king or someone...
If all of these pawns advance, that one gets captured. And then if this one advances, that one gets captured. And then you get a free path.
Yeah?
But one pawn is... that is just a well-known situation that one pawn on its own is just you put your king in front of it, and there's impossible to get through. It also has to do with the white king, that when the white king has no more pawns left, the rook will be able to attack the king from all over the place. So you need to preserve some pawns on the board just to keep your king safe. And you're not able to do that in this situation.
Got it.
So rook forward, that makes sense from from Gukesh. It prevents the pawn from moving up, which is normally something you want to do in these circumstances. And Ding, he insists on getting this pawn up on the side of the board. Feels sensible from Ding.
All right. Gukesh has 10 minutes left on his clock for the rest of the game, but he also, of course, gets 30 seconds increment after every single move. He moves a pawn up.
If Ding loses this, that would be sensational. Like this would be talked about in chess for
100 years.
Yeah, maybe not 100 years.
Oh.
But
But actually, the chess world has like a better memory than a lot of other
That is a good point. That is a
things that
a
I've
trait
heard of. Yeah.
for chess players as well.
And then every time this endgame would happen, people would be like, "It's a draw." Oh, but do you remember?
Oh, right.
Do you remember that time when Ding Liren, the reigning world champion,
Lost his world
lost his
championship
title because of this endgame?
Yeah,
That would be crazy.
that would be crazy.
so I think Ding has pretty much maximized the positioning of his pieces. He's not going to be able to push this pawn up on the side, even though that's common that you want to do. So I'm expecting Ding to start just going back and forth with his rook, because he can't really improve much more in his position. Okay, actually, I may have been wrong about that. When he moves the king to the side now, he's getting ready to move the pawn up afterwards. And then he might be able to actually construct this pawn formation.
This game has now very soon lasted for 5 hours. 59 moves. Gukesh is making his move number 59.
So the longest game so far was 71.
Moves and 5 hours and 21 minutes.
Okay. Do you think we're going to see that, or will this be over very soon?
No, I think we'll definitely see that.
Uh-huh. Interesting. If this was a blitz game,
Yeah.
It almost is. I mean,
No, it is almost not. I actually lost this to Magnus once.
really?
Yeah.
In blitz?
Yeah, in Blitz.
no, I mean like because of the
I was-
clocks. I meant. Oh, never mind.
Yeah, I was pissed off. This is so easy that when I lost this in Blitz to Magnus, and stuff happens in Blitz, you
Yeah.
make mistakes, you're under pressure, you have 2 seconds to make every move. But yeah, I was very unhappy I had managed to lose. I don't think it was this even. I think it was 2 pawns versus 1,
Uh-huh.
which is even more embarrassing.
It was against Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah,
It happens. It happens. But so if this was a blitz game, then
You would still expect to make a draw.
okay.
I was
but
going to
you
say
could
that
mess it up.
the clocks are almost at the stage where it's bliss, but they do get these 30 seconds, so they're never going to have like very little time.
You could say rapid.
Yeah.
It's rapid chess now.
It's a
Okay, and
warm-up for
now
rapid.
Ding is using this plan where he's just going to sit here. He's just going to sit and wait.
For what?
For Gukesh to move his pawns further up so that they are easier to attack. Or so that they get close to the black pawn so that they get traded off.
All right.
Now Ding is going to give a check. Because in order for the king to keep this pawn defended, the king is going to have to move forward. But then the king will stand in the path of its own pawns.
Now they just got a new piece of paper from the arbiter because on your standard notation sheet, you have 60 moves that you can write down there. And now that they reached move 60, they get a new piece of paper.
And with the white king having moved forward, now Ding is going to push his pawn 1 step forward, just so that he has the ability to give a check on white's king if he feels that's a good idea.
Okay.
This is very easy for Ding at this point.
Can I give you guys a little world championship quiz?
This could be embarrassing, but sure.
So Ding is world champion number 17. Gukesh is fighting to become the 18th. Who was the first official world chess champion?
Is it Philidor? No.
I would answer Steinitz, but I would be very embarrassed if it was wrong, and I would not feel 100% confident.
He was maybe the first world number 1. No, I don't know either.
You are correct, Jon Ludvig. Wilhelm Steinitz, and I'm basing all of this off Wikipedia World Chess Championships. Wilhelm Steinitz was the first one.
In our chess club, we have pictures of the best players hanging there. I don't think it's right there, but there is a picture of Philidor somewhere in the club, and that's
Well,
maybe-
Philidor was kind of
Before his
considered
time.
the best player just before they started
Okay.
doing world championship matches.
It wasn't a ridiculous answer.
But
But
he
it's still- I
never
still should
became
know.
world champion himself.
And a very famous world chess champion, Capablanca. The fantastic Capablanca, the handsome Capablanca, the creative.
You've seen the pictures,
Capablanca.
Kaja.
Oh yeah. I mean, even 100 years later, he's a good-looking guy. Who did he beat to win the World Chess Championship title?
Lasker.
Yeah. Capablanca was the third World Chess Champion. And then who beat Capablanca to take the title away from Capablanca?
Alyekin.
Yeah, Alyekin. He became the world champion in 1927. Almost
Alyekin is
100
the
years
only
ago.
person before Magnus who had not lost his world champion title.
Aha. What, did he die or did he walk away?
died.
He died.
Under suspicious
murdered?
circumstances.
Or some people claim he was murdered.
There are some claims that he was murdered by the Russian intelligence.
Uh-huh.
or
There's a lot of fun
Soviet
conspiracy theories in
intelligence.
chess.
Oh, yeah. Or dramatic ones.
Yeah, maybe not fun is it's not the right
Alyekin,
word.
Was he murdered? Oof. Capablanca was the world champion 100 years ago, by the way. He was world champion from 21 to 27. All right. Well, yeah, Alyekin, he became world champion and then he lost it before he came back again. Who did he lose it to?
Oh, yeah, because he did lose it to Irv for like 2 years.
Max Irv.
And then he got it back
Did you
and
say
then
his
he
name?
died.
Yeah. Max Irv.
So in fact, he did lose his world championship
He
title.
did, yeah.
Just not when, he lost it permanently.
So that means Magnus is the only one to
Kind of.
never lose his title. Uh-huh. Yeah, Max Irve was world champion for 2 years. Max Irve from the Netherlands. Same name as Max Verstappen, a great Dutch Formula 1 driver.
Irv also was the president of the Chess Federation for
Uh-huh.
quite some time.
But also, didn't Bobby Fischer just kind of say, I don't want to play the World Championship anymore? Kind of similar to Magnus? No, he was.
Yeah.
He wasn't defeated.
This
Oh,
is
that's true. That's
But
true.
he
didn't
had a
turn
very
up.
short reign, I would say.
Only 2 years. 3 years.
It depends on when the match that never happened should have happened.
Yeah. Yeah, because Bobby Fischer... Do you know which number Bobby Fischer was?
So it was Fischer, Karpov. No. Yeah? No. Fischer beat Spassky. But when I think Karpov, he was quite young, but I think Karpov was the one who got it. They played a tournament who got the title Fischer kind of gave away, refused to show up for. I think it was Karpov.
That's correct.
And then Kasparov was 13th.
That's correct.
So Karpov was 12th, and that makes Fischer 11th.
Correct. Correct. And as we know, Gukesh is fighting to become the youngest in history. Who is currently the youngest world champion in history?
Magnus?
Magnus? Yeah, that's what I...
No, because Magnus had just turned.
Tall, maybe.
No,
No.
it's
He was the youngest when he won the title.
okay. But
Based on
if
Anish Giri's
it's-
tweet.
If it's not Magnus, it's Kasparov.
That's correct. He was 22 when he took the title.
But Magnus kind of weirdly chose not to play the qualifier to the World Championship. Because Magnus, when he got the title, he had already been number 1 in the world for 5 years.
That's true. So he could
And
have.
a lot of that time, he hadn't played, kind of tried to get into a World Championship match, as I remember. Or maybe he didn't qualify a couple of times. I don't remember all the lore there. Gukesh is advancing his pawns, and the pawns are getting a lot further forward.
Yeah.
His problem, though, is that the closer they get to Black's pawns, the closer they are to potentially being traded off. So it's not entirely clear how he's going to make any progress.
But maybe if
Ding
he...
is just going to sit still. So Ding
Yeah.
is attacking the pawn behind the white king. So if Ding now moves his rook to give a check on the king can move forward, which then allows the pawn to follow after the king. And we spoke about this, that part of the problem here is that there needs to be enough pawns remaining to keep the king kind of enclosed. And so if Ding here just moves his rook to keep the pressure on the white pawn, then Gukesh faces an issue. How do you get this pawn forward? Because you can't do it without moving the king, but if you move the king, the pawn is captured. So the way for Gukesh to do this is to move the king to the side, but now you get checked from the side because now the king cannot move forward and hide to the edge. And if it moves forward in the other direction, well, it just there's checks all over. So I think Ding needs to move the rook and just keep the status quo, and then Gukesh has to move his rook back in order to defend his kings from checks in from the side. And then maybe he could... No, it's going to be a draw.
Look how chill Ding is sitting now. Like, I feel like he was leaning back in his chair. Oh,
he just moved the pawn forward on the side. This should be fine as well. Gukesh doesn't want to take the pawn because then he loses one of his and his king gets stuck on the side. So Gukesh tries to keep his king close to his pawn, but now Ding just continues giving checks on the king. And now there's no way for the white king to defend from the checks coming in from the side. Ding is very confident this is over. Gukesh is going to try and escape with the king, but Ding just follows. And they're going to go back and forth now.
back and forth is incoming.
Gukesh cannot go further back because then the black rook would take the white pawn. So Gukesh moves the king up and the rook and king just follow one another. They didn't make it to move 71.
Oh.
But they're going to be close. It's shake hands on move 69. And there's only one game remaining in this World Championship. And it's with Ding having the white pieces. A tiebreak is very likely at this point.
Yeah. Who would have thought? We're going to see 14 games in Singapore. Ding and Gukesh, they are tied after 13 games. Gukesh was fighting for a win today. He had winning chances, but he wasn't able to convert. Ding defended great, and he saved a draw. The score is tied. 6.5 to 6.5 with one more game to go. Game 14 tomorrow. Ding will have the white pieces. Will we see a winner tomorrow, Jon Ludvig, or will we see tie breaks on Friday?
I think Ding is going to be pretty peacefully inclined because it's been an emotional roller coaster for him the last couple of days. Losing, then managing to strike back, then being in massive trouble in this game again, saving himself. He's got to be so exhausted. So I'm expecting him to want to get a draw and go into a 4-game rapid where he can feel reasonably confident about his skill in that format. However, I'm not sure Gukesh is that peacefully inclined tomorrow. Everything Gukesh has done at every moment in this match has screamed out, I want to play chess. I want to have fighting positions. I want to have maximize my chances of just outplaying you. And if Gukesh wants to win tomorrow, he's going to have to change up his black openings a little bit. Because so far, a lot of the interesting positions have come about because Ding is trying to make it interesting. But does Gukesh have some preparation? Can he play the King's Indian, the Grunfeld? There's lots of different openings that you can play that are a bit more combative than what Gukesh has done thus far. But on the other hand, Ding is no slouch either. So if you play an opening you're unfamiliar with or that you haven't prepared that well, Ding obviously is going to try to decide it in the classical portion as well. So it's a very difficult assessment of, should I take risk or should I let my opponent take risks? And that also applies to Ding. Maybe it's good for Ding to say, I'm just going to play calm and quiet, especially because there is a chance that my opponent will go a bit crazy wanting to win the final game.
Interesting. It's all going to happen tomorrow. Ding will have the white pieces. All right. And do you think Gukesh today, will he be beating himself up when he looks through the game? And I mean, how big of a chance was that for a win?
Yeah, this was a big chance for Gukesh. The way he played it, though I thought it was unorthodox, it created massive problems immediately for Ding's king and Ding's pieces were poorly coordinated. If Gukesh had just played on normally, just maneuvering game, without allowing Ding to get rid of the pawn that was blocking his bishop, that also would have been really good for him. So Gukesh can justifiably be upset that this was a draw, because he had big chances to take this one.
Well, Game 14 happens tomorrow. The final classical game in the World Chess Championship match. Ding Liren will have the white pieces. If we have a winner in that game, that person will be the world champion. If it is a draw, then we're going to play tiebreaks on Friday. And wow, it's going to be an intense finish to the World Chess Championship match. We will be back here in the Take studio tomorrow. And remember the post-game show coming out later today in the Take app. Thanks for following today, everyone, and get ready for tomorrow. Get your energy up. Get a good night's sleep. It's going to be interesting tomorrow. We'll see you then. Bye.